Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode 114, and tonight we are joined by Mr. DM Foss, the co-host extraordinaire. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome back.
And we have Mr. Chris from the 740.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for the invite, G. Appreciate it.
You are welcome. And last but not least, we have the Yorker, the man from behind enemy lines, Rob D, the New York Outcast.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, I'm the token Yorker tonight. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for having me. And, let's roll.
I guess.
In a world of uncertainty and turmoil, one man stands alone, along with his faithful sidekick. A man who entertains and educates the masses weekly, 70% of the time. Born out of the dusty plains of Washington State, now from the coastal forests of Oregon. The man, the myth, the man, G23.
So, yes, I've been gone for the last couple weeks. Was hanging out with the wife, enjoying some beach life. Took her through the mountains, let her have some fun. So, she's over there in the background, tried to throw me off. I didn't try throwing you off no damn mountain. Wow. So, we are definitely going to be discussing. I've only really heard one other real channel discuss this. I know Guns and Barbecue kind of brought the topic up a little bit, but he didn't really go in depth on it. So I have a link in the description of this video to Washington Gun Law channel, to his video based on this House resolution, which is 8051, and it is called Assault Weapons Excise Act. And that's how they want to label it. And this here is a bill to introduce a change in the taxation. So this would be simple majority, or it doesn't have to go simple majority. It just has to be 50-50 in the Senate, and then the vice president, kill 'em all, gets to cast the deciding vote if it makes it that far. So if it went straight down party lines in the House, it would then move on to the Senate. And if it went straight down party lines again, it would then go to a tiebreaker vote. So this is like something that could really devastate us all. Because in this, it says this bill imposes an additional 1,000%. So all the taxes you already pay are going to be there. And then after all those taxes, then they charge 1,000% tax. So if you're went to go buy a $1,000 AR, and then you pay, 9% sales tax, that's 9% is going to be charged. And then they're going to add the 1,000% on top of that. So that $1,000 AR now becomes a $10,000 AR. So you could easily go from a $1,300 purchase to a $13,000 purchase. That's how. So, and this will affect. It says this bill imposes an additional $1,000 excise tax on large capacity ammunition feeding devices. So anything over the magical 10 rounds, as they seem to think it's the magical number, device, and semi-automatic assault weapons, as they word it. Not my words, so don't start screaming at me. It exempts from such additional tax devices and weapons acquired by the United States or by the state or local government. So it would affect your handguns also. So your M&P that costs, $500 is now going to be $5,000.
Don't you dare.
And it's not because, hey, guess what? Just because in New York and California, it only comes with a 10-round mag. But due to the fact that in free states, that comes with a 15-round mag or larger, now every M&P is going to be 1,000% more expensive. Every Glock, every SIG. So it's not the fact that, hey, because I'm in New York, I don't have to pay this 1,000% tax because we are already at this magical 10-round number. No. Guess what? It doesn't matter. It's going to affect every single person. So this is something that we need to make sure we're getting a hold of our reps and saying, kill this before it ever even gets going. Any of you guys have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, my reps are probably the ones pushing for this crap, so I could probably say something, but I'm pretty sure I've already got copies of similar robo letters that I'd get back.
So
but where people got a chance, definitely.
So, Daniel, it's a 1,000% tax, not a 1,000 tax. Right? And let me see if I can. It's 1,000%.
It's equivalent to a poll tax, which is unconstitutional. When they would basically tax people they didn't want to vote.
Yeah, but see, the thing is this is how they're going to end around it, because they can then change the tax rules.
You can't. Well, they can pretend like they want to, but it's still, you can't tax a right. The poll taxes were ruled unconstitutional.
Yeah, so the way I've heard it from a couple different, from the attorney out of Washington, is that, so this is actually, they're putting the tax on like the manufacturer and stuff, and it's going to end up on the end user.
Still seems ridiculous.
It does. Honestly, it's horrible. Exactly, Daniel. And now we know why they're hiring 87,000 new IRS agents.
Yeah, I would be on the whole unconstitutional side with this too, because I mean, it's going to make it harder for the average person to defend themselves, obviously. And I think, that's a big hindrance. I mean, that's like stating, a permit's got to be, $10,000 to acquire a firearm. That's just ridiculous. Yeah. So I don't know, obviously the way things are nowadays, you never know. But I'd like to hope something like this wouldn't actually, completely pass through or go through without being challenged. So I know we've got a similar ban type thing coming up in New York, but that's, slightly different. But I'm hoping, we'll have that same result. We'll hopefully be challenged, but yeah, I don't have a lot of faith for my area, but
Rich is out here. But none of these politicians are following what the Constitution says. And so right now what they're doing is throwing shit to the wall and saying, you know what? You're going to end up having to fight this in court.
which takes a long time, a lot of money, and and meanwhile, in a lot of cases, they're still enforcing their will in a sense. It's a big problem.
Yep. And thank you, Travis T, for throwing the link out there. Yeah, I mean, Daniel's God is my judge says, in my honest opinion, any rep that introduces or co-signs an unconstitutional law needs to go to jail. Yeah. And guess what? We'd all support that. It's just not the way it's working. So unfortunately, we get screwed while we have to straight fight hard, tooth and nail on any of this. Yep. But see, the thing is it's sitting on the House of Representatives. It's already been introduced. So this isn't like something that could possibly be introduced. It's a live bill. Now, it's sitting there with no momentum. But who's to say something doesn't switch? And now, the fact that their assault weapon ban that they ran through is sitting dead in the Senate and isn't going to go anywhere. This could be their next attack measure. And it's something that we need to definitely be staying on top of and, getting a hold of our representatives and say, hey, we do not agree with this. And email them saying, hey, look, this is already in the Constitution. Follow the Constitution. I know out here in Oregon, our entire people are libtarded anti-gunners. And they're so anti-gun that they're trying to get people to vote away your rights in this next election. Yeah, they have on the bill that they want to on the ballot this year for you to vote away your rights. So, yeah. Anyone else have anything you want to talk on this about?
Well, it seems they always got bills that are just, the average person should find ridiculous, you know, being presented in a sense. So this is just hopefully one more case of ridiculousness that doesn't go anywhere. But I mean, obviously, they're always looking to get their agenda through. So in a sense, it's something you're always gonna have to keep an eye out for. But again, hopefully, this doesn't go too far because I think that's kind of such a big stretch that even people on their side of it may think it's kind of a hard one to grasp. But yeah, who knows? Because like you said, they throw everything at the wall and make us spend our money to fight it. And so who knows?
So I could see two things with this. They bring this up here shortly because they're all pissed off about the AWB not going anywhere, and so they want to try to get their voter base. Hey, look, we did something. Or when they get slaughtered in the midterms, if they get slaughtered in the midterms, they're lame ducks. They're leaving, so why not just push this through and let the next people have to deal with it? So, yes, even though I've been gone for 2 weeks and not doing the show, I'm still paying attention to what's going on and stuff. And I'm going to run through the side chat and say hello to everybody that's come in so far. Rob D was the first one in, New York Outcast, followed by Mr. G Webs, Miss Vanessa Kitty, Chris from the 740, Gunpowder Beauty, Daniel God is my judge, Reloader 762, the Gun Snob, Abigail's out there, Jet 001, George Washington, Rich White, Walter Bunning, Mr. DM Foss, Joe Morgan, Andrew of the 740, Travis T, Mike White, Boxcar Jerry's out there. Barnaby Sanchez, BS is out there. Joe Morgan. Trying to see if anybody else. CB is out there. I did go and hang out with him for a while last Saturday. That was good, getting over and visiting with him. Dropped off a couple stickers. Michael Hurtnick is out there.
Ozzy just jumped in.
Mr. Smeggy42 is out there. Or Smeggy42. Warsaw Patriot is out there. Ozzy. So, welcome everyone.
Oh, did you hear CW had a heart attack?
I did, and my thoughts and prayers go to him and his family while he's in the recovery process.
I've been talking to him about every day. He's gonna be all right. He's the main reason they're prolonging his operation is because they had him on a medicine that was, I think he's had some heart issues before, but they had him on a medicine where he wouldn't be able to clot. So
blood thinner.
They're they're getting that all out of his system before they do the triple bypass.
Yeah. Yeah, so they probably trying. Is he still in the hospital, or?
Yeah, he has to stay and be
Yeah,
monitored till they
yeah.
get this medicine flushed out of him, and then they're going to do the operation. So he won't be able to do our show Wednesday night, but how it's CW. He's always in good spirits, so he's like, I won't be able to make it this Wednesday, but I'm going to be there the following. So he's got a good attitude going right now. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah. He's a tough guy.
Yeah, he's my buddy. I'll tell you, I hated hearing that.
Yeah, I put 2 and 2 together Wednesday night when somebody forgot to mute their mic when they went to send a text.
Well, we knew in the back chat. One of the guys on the panel had told us already, but yeah, that was pretty wild there when that happened. But
I was late getting in. I was having internet issues. So yeah. So I want to talk about the assault weapon ban out of California. So it went to the Supreme Court and they GVR'd it. So they granted a writ of certiorari, vacated the previous rulings on the case, and they remanded it back down to the 9th to have them re-rule on the case. Well, you know that because now they have to rule based on Bruen, that they decided, so we could make this last longer, we're going to remand it back down to the original presiding judge, which was Benitez. And so he has fast-tracked it. He, on August 8th, notified both parties that they had to have all the information in by the 28th of August, and they were going to be going to court. He was going to fast track it and get it back through. So he's not going to sit on this. And he's going to force the hand of the 9th to get this going. We know that the 9th is going to do everything they can, so it's going to go in front of a 3-judge panel. Everything going with the way Benitez or with the way Bruen happened. The 3-judge panel is going to have to rule the same way they ruled before, which they agreed with Benitez that, hey, it was unconstitutional. So then it's going to have to go full en banc. And I cannot see any way that the 9th can rule anything other than absolutely it's unconstitutional. But we all know that the 9th has been one of the biggest left-leaning courts in the entire United States. So if they can try to figure out a way to say, no, this is actually constitutional, then it's going to go back to the Supreme Court. So, you guys have any thoughts on this?
We're just kind of Gonna have to wait and see. But one way or another, it'll get overturned.
Yeah. And the thing is I kind of, I want him to rule the way it's supposed to be, that yes, this is completely unconstitutional. The thing is if the Ninth decides to rule, hey, guess what? It's unconstitutional. Because you know that California isn't going to take the loss. So they're going to keep fighting it all the way. So if the Ninth rules it's unconstitutional, then I doubt that California is going to try to appeal it to the Supreme Court, because of the fact that if they would too, I doubt that the Supreme Court would grant it hearing. You know, I don't think that they would actually give it a review. They'd just be like, it's done. And then that would only affect the states in the Ninth. So it wouldn't help like New York per se. It would help to then show that, hey, guess what? The Ninth has ruled that it's unconstitutional, so you guys have to rule that it's unconstitutional also. So, I mean, that would be the only way that it could truly kind of help. But it's not like one of those, if the Ninth says, no, it's constitutional, then it goes back in front of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court rules the way that they ruled in Braun, that it would then affect the entire, United States. So Jet says, how does Foss have chats in the middle of the night and people show up?
Yeah, I was just answering him. I have no idea.
It's because Foss is way, way more entertaining than I am.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, Foss. The wife heard your Night Strike comment. And she's like, well, he's come out of his shell, hasn't he?
That little short he did was the best.
He asked, Night Strike asked me to clip that and make a short out of it. I don't know. It just kind of happened.
I'm shocked to find out how fussy of a sleeper the guy is. I mean, my goodness, he's got like a recipe for his pillows, and one for this side and one for that side, and my goodness, man.
If you're not comfortable, how are you going to get any sleep?
Well, I assumed, maybe that's the problem. I assume, the guy works full-time job. He's got young kids. He's probably got no issues going to sleep. It's just getting the time to go to sleep is probably the issue. Like, he'd probably sleep in the closet at work if he'd be left alone.
Many years ago, I worked at a grocery store, working graveyard, and they had a couch at the front of the store. And during breaks, I would take a 15-minute nap on the couch in the front of the store. But that's when, I was working graveyard and then teaching karate all day. So, and then, since I was in my 20s, when I wasn't doing those two things, then I was out at the bar. Well, you sleep when you can get it.
See, and here's another thing, Rob. getting to sleep may not be a problem. It's staying asleep. And so if you're not comfortable, then you're not going to stay asleep. You're going to be like tossing and turning. You're going to be waking up. You're going to be like, ah, and then you're not getting any real good sleep. So you need to make sure that you're really comfortable when you go to sleep to begin with, so that you stay asleep for at least 30 minutes in Fawcett's case.
For me, the tough part is getting to sleep, because I'll start thinking about something, and then, if it's a project, or, I'll usually listen to something. I'll put on some long form YouTube thing. Used to be music, so that I would stop my brain from thinking. Otherwise, I'll think about it and think about it and think about it. And if it's something I was working on, I'll just get up and start working on it again. Which, I need to stop that thought process and get to sleep.
Totally understand that. Totally. I'm pretty much in the same boat.
That's exactly what I did today. I had planned out, I'll come home, go to bed early, and I came home. But when I was at work, I had an idea for a video. So I kind of started working on that, and I'm like, well, I'll just work on it for a little while the sprinklers are running. Once the sprinklers are done, I'll go to bed. So I did that, and then I got an idea for another video. So I did the second video, and then I got an idea for a third video, and now it's, after 3:00, Pacific. But, so I never made it to bed.
Well, not good. You should try to get some sleep, but when you can. But yeah, I wasn't trying to harp on the whole sleep thing. I was more of trying to make a joke in a sense. I mean,
no,
he broke down his sleep process like a woman describes her makeup process. He was in detail, even what types of pillow, the crush foam, not crush foam, curved, not curved. I mean, he busted it down.
And it's not stuff that I'm planned out or experimented with. I realized kind of earlier this year, I realized that I had 2 pillows, and then that I slept differently on each side and all that. It's just kind of the way things shook out.
Well, I found that part of the show very interesting.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you listening in replay.
I usually try to. So sometimes I get distracted, don't get to leave a comment, stuff like that. But I usually try. So
I feel bad. I haven't listened to this week's show yet. I will.
Sometimes that happens too. You know what I mean? You just get caught up and don't get time to go back. But and that whole sleep thing, I'm the same way. My mind just keeps running and running and running. So I got to distract myself in order not to, dive too deep into something, or be 100% exhausted. So, totally.
And what's even worse is if I start thinking about like self-defense scenarios and stuff, because then I'll get an adrenaline rush, and then that instantly will wake you up. And I know when I start thinking about stuff like that I have to stop that. Otherwise, it'll wake me up.
So, G-Webs says, I heard that there would be an overnight show this evening. Is that true? And what time will tonight's show be?
No, I think G-Webs ate some bad tofu and he's hallucinating.
And then Warsaw says, here's a question: are the My Pillow made by Mike Lindell worth the money?
Rob's the one to answer
100
that.
times yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, is it pricey? Yes, and I'm a cheap son of a gun. Everybody knows that, but sleep is important. You know, my idea is I'd ideally like to just hit the bed and be out. Like if it's I'm going to bed to sleep, you know. And honestly, I think the pillow might be kind of a gimmick because once you get it comfortable, it stays that way. So you know, but comfortable is different to everybody. So at the same point, so therefore it works and it's washable. I wash mine. I can't tell you how many times I wash it all the times. I sweat a lot, so and it's still like new. So I would give it my recommendation. I still call it a win-win-win. It's a win because you know it's American product. It's a win because it's going towards somebody that was fighting for the cause for state. I know he's got a sketchy background and everything, whatever, but and it's a win because it actually works. So I'd say I think it's worth it, but everybody's different. So it'll be whatever you pretty much want it to be, except for like a fancy, I don't know, feather down pillow or something that you can never wash and all that. So, but that's just my opinion.
I wouldn't call it a sketchy background. You know, he had his drug problem and his trouble with the law, and it's all stuff that he's, you know, talked about openly and has moved past it. So he's, you know, changed his life and made something of himself.
Sure. Probably a better way of putting it. And I can respect somebody that's honest about that and moves forward. So unfortunately you get a lot of people that claim to and they're still running a scam of some sort. But no, I think it's a good kind of positive story. I also hear, you know, he gives people in similar situations a chance, which is, you know, a good thing. But at the same time, I hope he gives the regular guy that, you know, didn't screw up the chance too. So, you know, it kind of sucks. I've been overlooked for a felon in the past one time in a position, which kind of ticked me off, especially when I looked into it and realized it was like a forcive rape thing. Like, it was a little insulting. I don't know, but so I'd hate for that to be the case. But all in all, I tend to support what he was doing there.
So I have a My Pillow based on Rob's
recommendation. Ooh,
yeah.
What do you think, man?
It's
Just because
I
I said something, you're gonna hate it, right?
No, it was I mean, it's okay. If you want to spend the next 10 minutes trying to fluff your damn pillow before you lay down, then okay. If you want to just go to bed, lay your head, and have a nice comfy pillow, it's probably not going to be the one you want.
I'll see him. Costco will have them every so often, and I'll see them and think, oh, maybe I'll try it, but I don't know.
I mean, I've wasted $30 on worse stuff, so
Definitely the Glock you own.
I was just thinking about, you know, gas to go shoot a M&P in 380. I mean, it's an M&P.
Man, I missed it. I had to go get money. What? I'm told you were talking crap, so bad on you.
I was telling the truth.
Oh, but you can't handle the M&P. That's what you were saying, right? You've got like Glock wrists now, so you couldn't hit the target.
I have the target. I'm just not saying that it's definitely not something I'm going to run out and buy.
The 7-Eleven isn't the target, bro. You're supposed to shoot at the poster, not the building.
Hey, whatever gets the job done. So, I don't think I haven't even. Woman, when was the last time I carried the Glock? Carried the Glock.
What are you carrying in the car?
Sig?
Oh, then I don't know.
It's probably been, I don't know, 3 months since I've carried the Glock. I've been testing out a new holster and carrying the SIG. Still 40 cal. So
So, this might be a bit off topic, but why is DM's avatar shooting at a stick? Like, did that stick do something? I mean, I know it turned in, the stick didn't move, but the question mark turns into a flower and then back. Did that stick assault him or something? Or what's going on with that?
You'll have to watch that episode to see what's going on.
Okay.
Good marketing, Foss.
it's great marketing. You know that episode's not going to be for another like 15 episodes, so you're going to have to watch all 14 leading up to the conclusion in episode 15.
That's only going to be available on pay-per-view for $99.99.
$129.99.
Yeah, we're
See, this stuff works though, because Rob told me at the end of the show today, he's like, "We were talking about you earlier." So guess what I did? I went back and watched that show.
yeah, it did. That's funny. Well, were you disappointed?
No, I was. It was kind of funny, that topic that you and Squib were talking about the whole different, like when you guys were talking about like USPSA versus real world scenarios, and when you brought up, like when you were talking about the rules, like the biggest rule we have is we're not allowed to break that 180. And it was funny because you brought that up, and a couple days ago I was watching a video where a guy who had shot a lot of USPSA went to do a tactical training course, and he had to retreat backwards to another location to shoot, and he kept making sure he had that gun safely pointed down range. And then finally the instructor walked up to him and was like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you not turning the gun with you when you come back?" And it was because he's shot so much USPSA that he realized he
trained himself like that.
Right. He trained himself.
Right?
And then
Yeah.
that's what the trainer was trying to say. He's like, "Look, there's no rules in a real life scenario here." Like, so, he had to break himself of that throughout the day, that he was allowed to have the gun running, pointing in the same direction he was running to. So it was kind of neat that you brought that up, because I watched that video a couple days ago and I thought, if I went to do a tactical training, I would probably do the same thing, just because it's been burned into my brain for the last 3 years that I can't have my gun pointed in the direction that I'm running. So I just thought that was really cool. You brought that up.
Yeah. Well, it would just kind of happen, I guess. But yeah, it in a sense, that's one of the things with some of this training. Everybody says, I think there's good and bad in all of it. You know what I mean? Like, your multiple targets, shooting from different positions, being under a timer is somewhat stressful. Even if you just challenge yourself, it's all good stuff, but unfortunately, some of those movements might not be ideal in a real life situation, but it's better than just sitting there shooting at cans. You know what I mean? So everything's a benefit. So and honestly, it's probably healthy too for you guys to get out there. So one of the guys, I'm not sure, it looks like he's part of your crew there. Bigger guy, man, that dude moves like he's on fire. Like I've seen some of your videos. He's like just moving around like somebody half his size you'd expect. You know what I mean? That's active. That's doing something. Which is kind of cool. So, and I think if you're getting shot at, hopefully you would be moving that quick to get out of the way. So something along those lines. Maybe put a couple rounds back to get their head down just so you can get the cover. I don't know, but yeah, moving's good, man. So
no, I thought that was
back. So, and obviously, Jason kind of lucked out because the group of you guys all right there, and you're all kind of close. Like I said, I think he's probably in good hands as far as his sport's concerned. So that's a definite win for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think he's going to enjoy it. I know he's going to enjoy practicing and training with us just because he's going to have fun and learn a lot at the same time. So I think he's going to enjoy it. It's going to be good for him. But I thought that was a great discussion today. It was kind of neat to hear you and Squibs. Your guys' ideas due to since you don't shoot USPSA, it was neat to see someone else's
Different
perspective on it. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Oh, that's cool. And I'm sure that's something that would probably throw you off, like he said, if you did go to a defensive class where, and I hate to say it, but it might hurt you as far as competition in a sense. You might get yourself disqualified one of these times because you're just so in the moment and you can do it here, you can't do it there, and mix it up one time. So that would kind of suck.
So,
yeah.
So, Foss, do you have Squib's email?
Yeah, I'll send him a link.
Okay.
It'll just take me a second, Squib.
I'm going to answer Warsaw. Warsaw asked me if I've shot any of the CZ set. Yeah, I've shot a lot of CZs. Warsaw. They're great guns. The Shadow 2 is probably one of my all-time favorite guns. I will definitely have one at some point.
Don't you have a couple of videos on some CZs on your channel?
No, I don't really. There's probably some videos of me shooting some where I'm at range days with guys, but yeah, I don't have any of my own. I've shot about all of them. It was fun. I got to shoot Daniels. I got to shoot Scotsman's when I was with them at that range day a couple weeks ago. Keith, the guy that Rob was talking about earlier, my buddy, the big guy that moves around real fast, he's had the Checkmate and the Tac Sports and the Shadow 2. So
I was thinking one of them loaned you the gun and you did a video on it. What was that race gun that you did a video on?
No, that was a Lone Star Innovations 2011.
Okay.
Yeah. That's even a step above anything CZ's putting out there. That gun's got about one purpose, and it's competition shooting.
Well, doesn't CZ have the Parrot or something? That's pretty much
the Yeah, the Checkmate and the Parrot are pretty much the same gun. Yeah, that's their race version. I don't know. I don't know what one goes for now. You used to be able to get those for $3,500. I'm guessing now you're probably talking $4,000, $4,500 now. But you can run those with 9 major, 38 super comp. They're nice. They're really nice. And for the money, they're
Yeah, I was gonna say,
fairly reasonable race gun.
don't they come with 2 barrels or 3 barrels?
2 or 3. I think they come with a 9. You can just run your regular 9mm, then you can run your 9 major, and then 38 super comp. So I don't know if it's 2 barrels or 3. You might be, because technically you could run the 9 through the 9 major barrel. If you would just have to swap your springs out. I don't know. That's a good question. That's something we'll have to look at.
I sent the link to Squib.
Okay. So hopefully he'll get that link here pretty soon.
The guy that loaned me that Lone Star Innovations, he actually just bought another new 2011, and it is the Infinity, or not the Infinity, the Phoenix Trinity. So I need to go pick that up. He told me I could borrow it, keep it for a few weeks. So I need to go pick that one up. I think it's running 9 major. Oh, Squib.
Welcome, Squib.
Well, hello. Am I catching a show at the very end?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
We've just barely started. We're only like 50 minutes in.
Yeah, front third.
All right. I had to cook dinner, which is somewhat challenging for me. My forte is not in the kitchen and or at the grill. So I tried to combine the both. I was cooking jumbo shells and cheese, thanks Roll Call 219, in the kitchen while outside trying to cook fish on the grill.
Well,
Come out better than my chicken fried steak.
No. Was your chicken fried steak? All right. I kept the fish from being raw, and I seasoned it to the point where it tasted like chicken. But beyond that, there's no gourmet in what I did.
But was it edible? Was it consumable?
It was consumable. I can make consumable food. All right.
Well,
but,
you beat me there. So.
Yeah, you beat Rob hands down at that point.
How do you F up chicken fried steak?
Ask Rob. He did it. He tried killing people with it.
You
The
baked
cat
it, right?
wouldn't even touch that stuff, man.
But you baked it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, it should be cooked.
Steak company or whatever. So I didn't know about gravy and stuff. I just threw it in a.
Oh no, that's no. You made it palatable. You didn't make it unsafe to eat.
Oh man, I don't know. I think you would have a better chance of like building a wall with it than digesting.
A puck? Okay, so maybe it wasn't palatable, but it was safe to consume.
No. Even the cat
Nobody
would eat
would try it. I don't
Just
know.
because, okay, cats are picky. Look, I've only found
Even
one
the
use
pet.
for a cat. I've only found one use for a cat, and that's to keep one outside if you live in the country, to keep the rats out of the barn. Otherwise, they're very picky, stubborn animals, whereas a dog will eat anything. You could throw a dog a piece of another dog, they would eat it. Okay, so
Dude, cats will eat dead people. There's no reason they shouldn't at least took a nibble.
Yeah, actually, I've heard about that. Ugh. They start with the soft tissue. I don't know, Rob. I might try your chicken fried steak as long as it was cooked all the way through.
I wouldn't do that too.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, anyhow, wife is away. My director is away this weekend, so I'm left to fend for myself and not poison my kid with raw meat. So I made sure it was cooked all the way through, but palatable. Yeah, I did a video saying I suck at grilling, and I'm not lying. Yeah, so I mean, an MRE is palatable. So was your chicken fried steak below the standard that would go in a vacuum sealed bag?
Yes, I believe so.
Not a single person would even attempt to eat it. At least a single person will attempt to eat an MRE.
No, well, no, wait, no,
I'd
no, no.
gladly
Well,
take
no,
an
wait a minute.
MRE over that.
Now, wait a
Give me
minute,
a chili
G23.
mac.
I've been sitting on top of a mountain with 64 other Marines and had a bunch of these guys act like a bunch of picky, prissy little bitches. And it's like, all right, hey, you go hungry. I'll take your food. You know, who wants this? Who wants that? I'm the one. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I could eat 3 MREs and still be hungry. Those guys would be like, how can you eat it cold? How can you eat this out of a bag? How can you got to be kidding, dude. Have you never been hungry in your life? So would a homeless person eat your chicken fried steak?
Probably not.
Wow, damn. I've been trying to save this, but apparently I'm just making it worse.
Maybe they're right. I mean, drunk homeless, maybe.
Oh, well, then there's hope for me.
You know, Rob, maybe if the person was high, drunk, and homeless, they might be able to eat it.
And you bet them like $5.
It'd probably take 20 at least.
Who places a bet with a homeless person?
Like, there's gonna be the future civilizations digging up the landfill and wondering what that thing is. 'Cause it'll probably still be there.
It's a future YouTube video. I see it coming.
You know, I think, though, this is an opportunity. Next time I have dinner with Outcast, you know what I'm going to order. I'm going to order chicken fried steak and a salad.
To answer Jet, no, I was not a Marine. That's Squib. Squib was a Marine.
There is no was.
Sorry.
He is a Marine and just retired.
No, I'm not retired. I have an honorable discharge, but I didn't do 20 years, which is the bare minimum to get a retirement. If somebody did 10 years and they got an admin discharge and they get they have base privileges and they get, I don't want to call it a pension, but they get a check from the government every month. From an injury or something else like that. They're still not a retired Marine. They might have the benefits of one, but you have to serve 20 years or more in order to be retired. Well, I don't know. It might have changed. They've gotten soft. They've gotten soft over the past 5 years. It's kind of.
Haven't they all?
I was going to say, have you not seen the latest Army recruiting video or Navy recruiting video?
I saw the one, I think it was Army, it might have been Air Force, where, she had 2 mothers. And it's like, really, guys? Really? I mean, look, here's the thing. All right, we had one color. It was green. Now, you might have been dark green or light green, but that's to help identify your body. And when you start making a big deal out of gender orientation or ethnicity or religion or whatever the hell it is, to say, well, it takes away from the whole we're all green, because at the end of the day, you got to be able to trust this person with your life. And that's kind of the difference between military training and civilian training is, these are the guys that you eat chow with, you sleep in the same barracks or berthing area on a ship. You go over there and do things that maybe you question sometimes, and you hope to get out alive, and you got to be able to count on them. Whereas when you show up to a class with a bunch of strangers, it ain't the same thing. So, if somebody's going to start separating people or trying to present this person as an example or that, performance is more important than your orientation, I think.
So
I'll add, you can't, you're not necessarily in love with these people. Some of these people, like, honestly, you might go, be on leave or something, and they wouldn't even pull over to help you with a flat tire. But when it comes to the job, you can count on them, and that I think is a big difference. So, being able to disagree and still get the job done, put the job first. You don't see that as a civilian. At least I don't. I never have.
Yeah, I'll back up that statement, Outcast, with the biggest asshole crew chief we had in the squadron had the most professional attitude when it comes to his aircraft. On the side of the aircraft, it doesn't say the officer's name who flies it, because the officers just fly whatever aircraft. They assign an enlisted person. When you're watching Top Gun and you see the officer's name, that was all fake. They don't do that. There's an enlisted person's name stenciled on the aircraft, because the aircraft has a crew chief and they're assigned to that aircraft. And the guy who was the biggest jerk was I wanted to fly on his bird more than anybody else's, because I knew we'd come home, it wouldn't fall out of the sky on fire. And he was an absolute total jerk to me. And that didn't matter. I knew that if something did happen and we got shot down, that he was going to be right there next to me fighting. And, he took his job seriously. And who cares who he is when he passes you in the passageway or the ladder well or at the E Club or whatever else. What matters is, can I trust this person with my life? And that's one of the differences. And today, I don't know. I don't know that I would trust one of these kids with my life.
So here's the real question. Which branch is going to be the first one to have pink camo?
Navy.
I don't know. The Marine Corps already had the rainbow colored ammunition, or was that fake news?
Hey man, it takes two of those guys to put their pants on. You seen how they lace up?
What, the Navy?
Yeah.
Navy's got bell bottoms. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
The
They
whole
don't have
hot
those
top
anymore.
Flop deal. I mean, the bed's still wet from the time one guy gets out of it to the next guy gets in.
It's a rack.
Oh my gosh!
Now, see, he's talking about on a sub though. But yeah, the first time I went on a sub, right? And I'm like, what the hell is that underneath the torpedo? Oh, that's his rack. And there's no mattress. There's no, and there's a 2,000-pound torpedo suspended above and below the rack. And I'm go, who sleeps underneath this thing? Oh, it's attached with shackles. What if the ship pitches in this thing? Well, then they won't even know what happened to them. And I'm like, that's terrible that somebody has said, oh no, two people shared that. What? Oh yeah, you know how you guys do 12 on 12 off on the surface ship? I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah, somebody's in the rack days and somebody's in the rack. We don't have enough room on this thing for enough racks for everybody. So when you're on duty, the other guy's in the rack, and when he's on duty, you're in the rack. And I'm going, not only do you have to share this thing with somebody, and it doesn't have a mattress, but you literally have a 2,000-pound explosive underwater missile above your head while you're trying to sleep. Oh yeah, this is, but they do have good chow on a submarine. I will give them that.
So, did you catch any part of the beginning of this?
No, I was too busy trying to film a wine review. So I had to shoot two versions. I had to shoot one where I didn't pair it with food, and the other where I paired it with a meal that I almost completely destroyed. And that's kind of what you have to do as a YouTuber, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. You got to shoot alternative endings, alternative scenes, extra takes, and you go through and go, crap. And then you look at the other one, oh, good, I saved it. Or you got 3 cameras on there. Chris, I'm sure you do that with some of the competitive shooting, use multiple angles.
Yeah. Yeah, if we don't have someone, if my son's there, he'll do the filming. But yeah, sometimes if we're by ourselves, we got to set up different angles. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So what did I miss while I was shooting the wine review?
So we were talking about the House Resolution 8051, which is 1,000% tax on assault rifles and high capacity magazines, as they call them.
Well, I mean, I suppose a 40 round mag for an AR-15 would be high capacity, and you're already paying a $200 tax stamp on a Sturmgewehr if you can find one, because they start at about $300,000. So, I mean, what's another 1,000% tax?
Yeah, they want to put that on. So if you went out and bought a $1,000 AR rifle, they want to make it another, so it would be like $11,000 instead of $1,000.
Yeah, but you said it was on assault rifles, and the only
Yep.
assault rifle is the STG or MP44, the Sturmgewehr, which
Yep.
translates from German to assault rifle. That's the only.
Technically,
So
but-
for the handful of STG 44s in the world, I mean, those people have already got money. So that's what I would tell Congress if I was testifying in front of them. If you want to do this on STG 44 owners, I suppose you might want to call some collectors in here. But for the rest of us, we don't own an assault rifle. This is a semi-automatic rifle, like so many other semi-automatic rifles. Next problem. I mean, we gotta take their terminology and crap like that and throw it back in their face, or at least get our representatives to, right?
I'll vote for that.
Here's another thing: is there 1,000% tax on anything else in the world, or anything else in America, I should say?
no.
Okay,
Yes.
then why this?
It's what they want is 1,000% on top of the local tax and all that other crap that's already done. So you'd pay your state tax, and then at the end, once the total was done, they would then add the 1,000% on top of that. So if it was $1,300, that's now $13,000.
All right, so G283 and those out in the audience, what the politicians will do is suggest these ridiculous laws, these ridiculous regulations, ridiculous infringements, measures, whatever you want to call them, right? Things that will never pass, or at least not while we're still here. Maybe 3 generations from now, that nobody would even notice, or 2 generations from now, nobody even knows and let it pass because nobody cares at that point. But they will say, we tried, and then they'll blame the NRA or you and I or whatever. When they start proposing laws that actually have a chance in hell of passing, that's when we should maybe pay more attention. I'm not saying we shouldn't address this. I'm not saying we shouldn't recognize this, because if we don't, then but you and I know, everybody out there should know, that something like this is so far out there that right now this won't pass. Maybe in 20 years it would, or 10 years it would, right? But there are certain things that they propose just to say, we tried to do something, and then they'll blame the other party. They'll blame an acronym gun rights organization. They'll blame you or I because they think we're criminals, even though we're not breaking any laws. And that's all it is. It's posturing. So I can fight their crazy or outlandish proposal with a crazy or outlandish, counter, like, is there 1,000% tax on anything else? No. All right, case closed. Oh, it's only on STG 44s. All right, cool. Good thing, like, less than 1% of the population owns them. Cool. Or whatever. So you have to fight their stupidity with, I guess, idiotic statements.
The only thing is if they actually start pushing this in the House of Representatives, it could easily pass the House with just going down party lines, and the same thing in the Senate. If it just went party lines, then it would end up with kill 'em all as the deciding vote. It doesn't have to have a majority, so it doesn't have to have 60% to pass.
Okay, so they'll pass it in the House if they propose it in the House to say, look, we passed it. Then when they go on TV, especially midterms, and advertise and go, I helped pass this, but it was stopped in the Senate by those Republicans that are evil, or those, or my opponent who, whatever the hell, right? That's all it is. This is posturing. I'm not saying don't ever pay attention to this stuff. But I wouldn't give it very much credibility at all, because you can what if it to death. I'm telling you that I've been doing this for 3 decades, and that sort of crap doesn't pass. It just doesn't. But they do it for a reason. They do it to distract you. Now you're focused on 1,000% tax while they slip something else in that will pass, like a magazine ban or something like that. We were on the verge of getting national reciprocity when everybody said, my bump stock, my bump stock. And what didn't happen? National reciprocity. They got you. They got everybody, because so many people were so focused on this thing that only a few people have and only a few people care about, but it got the attention. And all of the work that had been done to try to get national reciprocity went down the toilet. That thing stalled out and never even, it was on its way. And that's what they want us to do. So if you want to focus on fiction, that is what if, it ain't going to happen. But it passed the House. So what? Everybody's like, it passed that. Did it pass the Senate? Well, it hasn't even made it there yet. And will it? And then if it does, will it get stalled out? Will they recess? Will a national event happen? And they're so distracted, this thing just, I've watched this thing happen so many times that I don't fall for the bullshit. They hang this thing in front of us and you get distracted. Squirrel. And meanwhile, they're over there throwing pork barrel in a spending bill, and next thing you know, you can't buy this ammo. And it's like, whoa, where was this? Well, you were too busy looking at this 1,000% tax that isn't going to happen. So I'm not saying that you should just strut around like some sort of whatever and say, we shouldn't look at any of these because they're all too crazy. No, you got to look at the ones which, how many times have they tried this? And then what's happened? Or every time they tried this, has it gained ground? If it started to gain ground each time, you need to be worried. And then the other things that legitimately would fly under the radar, that's what you need to, I think, pay attention to more, because they're going to distract you with BS. I mean, I don't know how long you've been doing this, and I'm not trying to crap all over your credibility, but I hear all kinds of people say all kinds of things to me that, in my experience, before there was an internet, before there was a YouTube and a social media and stuff, and we had to wait to find out 3 months after a bill had passed by reading it in the American Rifleman that the bill had passed. It's like, crap, where the hell were we? We didn't have social media at that point. Trying to fight for something after effect is a royal pain in the butt. We can use the social media in 2 different ways. One, we can fearmonger and we can let them play us like puppets. Or 2, we can use it to get that information out there now, so you can do something now instead of finding out after the ink dried. And I think there's too many people cashing in on the fear mongering, and there's too many people that are letting them fool us because they don't have that perspective. They didn't give a crap about guns until after Sandy Hook. You might go, well, that was 7 years ago, 6 years ago, or whatever, or 8 years ago, whatever it was, right? There are things that, there are people that don't even know what's in the 1968 law or the 1934 law, and they're out there on their YouTube channel spouting false information and saying, well, this is this and this is this. And Rich White pointed out something, in his show last week about, you can get rid of the NFA. It doesn't make the Hughes Amendment go away. How many people believe if you get rid of the NFA, it'll get rid of the Hughes Amendment? You see what I mean? So just understand that there's a lot of people out there that maybe mean well, but they don't understand. And there's a lot of people out there that don't mean well. They just want to cash in on your fear. And there's the politicians who can go up there in front of the stage and say, we tried, but so-and-so shut us down. And if you look at their voting record, it shows that they voted for this bill in the House, but it died in the Senate. So I would say our resources are limited. If we take everything we have and throw it at this 1,000% tax, we're going to let them slip 3 other things in that are really important. You know what I mean? So I would say take it with a grain of salt, but don't ever discount anything. Just don't necessarily put it to the top of the list.
Yeah. We need, that's what I was letting people know, is this is something that is sitting there. They can still use this, but we need to, we can't put you can't focus on any one thing, because right now they're using a multiple phase attack. If you look, they got HR 1808, which is sitting in Senate, which is the assault weapons ban, as they call it. and high capacity magazine ban and requiring a federal purchase permit. You know, but right now, yeah, it's just dead in the water,
Do
sitting
you know
in the
how many
Senate.
times that they've done this?
Oh, many a times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that's what I'm saying. Is it gaining more traction or more people getting behind it? Do they reword it? Is there something in there? You and I know how to legally make these things work. These guys sometimes know and sometimes they don't. They get smarter every time. So what's in it this time that's different? Nothing. They just copy paste. Then it's posturing. It's them saying, we tried to do something. And I guarantee you, they're going to drag the NRA out first and say, the NRA blocked us when the NRA was asleep at the switch. You know it. I know it. The rest of us know it. But the people who are anti-gun or the people that don't care either way are going, yeah, that damn NRA, right? And we know the NRA wasn't doing anything, but they'll blame them. And then they'll go, oh, yeah, and by the way, vote for me because I tried, but that awful NRA stopped me from saving babies or something.
Yeah. And see, the thing is, you know, here the last few years, everyone's talking about, you know, hey, we got to get rid of the NRA. We got to get rid of them because of blah, 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 you know, because of LaPierre and crap like that. Yeah, I agree. We got to get rid of LaPierre. But the fact is how many of those dumb, moronic, anti-2A politicians know a single thing about GOA, SAF, you know, FPC, iGold, you know, OFF, or any of these other state agents, 2A organizations. I guarantee you there's probably less than 1% of them that understand that there's other agencies besides the NRA who are actually out there fighting the fight to help protect our rights. But the one name that they throw out every time and they want to blame every damn time is the NRA.
Right. And that's why I think it's good to support the NRA because they get kicked in the teeth while the other organizations do what they do. And the NRA does things from time to time that actually help. And they've been doing this longer than anybody else. And they didn't start off as a gun rights organization, by the way. Somewhere in the 70s, they found out they could cash in on politics. And they've been kind of like that since, which really kind of sucks. And there's different divisions in the NRA as well. Now, some people are like, but I heard on Big YouTuber X's channel that they suck and Wayne LaPierre's got a love pad. No, nobody's saying they're angels, dude. All right. But Big YouTuber X just got you to sign up to their Patreon because they blasted the NRA the same way Senator X blasted the NRA by saying, I voted for it, but the NRA stopped it when the NRA had nothing to do with it stopping. They lied to the public the same way this big YouTuber lied to the public to get you and 150,000 other people to watch their video and join their Patreon. They wake up, okay? I'm not saying these guys are angels, but let me tell you something about Wayne LaPierre. He is a lobbyist. He was doing other shit before he got into the NRA thing. He's one of them. When he walks onto Capitol Hill with that $30,000 suit, there's a reason he has a $30,000 suit. It's because everybody else in that building has a $30,000 suit. If he doesn't have a $30,000 suit, they're not going to take him seriously. You know why he has a love pad? Because every one of those politicians in there has got a love pad with some slut in it, okay? And I'm not saying the man is an angel. He's the devil. But what are those people on Capitol Hill? They're the devil too. When he walks in there, he's one of ours. He's one of ours. And nobody's admitting that because they want to make videos or they want to get people away from. Look at what the GOA has done to undermine the NRA to try to get their members to come over there. And the GOA is starting to get some attention on Capitol Hill. But I don't know if you guys ever noticed your junk mail in your mailbox or your junk mail in your email. The GOA, the FPC, the 2AF, your state organizations, they all do the same crap as far as fear mongering. This is our biggest fight. You need to donate money now. Go look at any of your GOA emails and click on that red box down there. That's to donate money. Okay, you might just delete it and go on and don't even read it, but that's to donate money. They do the same thing as the NRA. They just do it in a different way. So they're necessary evils, unfortunately, just like the politician you vote for who doesn't do what you really want or does vote for gun control sometimes. But did they vote for as much gun control as their opponent? No, they don't. So you're taking a lesser of two evils. And then you got the person out there saying, don't say lesser of two evils. It's the truth. The truth is they all want this. They all want money. They all want power. They all want control. It's who is going to do the least amount of damage. If you think that anybody, even Donald Trump, who does not walk on water, is going to save us all, none of them are. It's who is going to screw you the least. That is the sad truth. Until we get a viable third and fourth party at the national level, which isn't going to happen anytime soon, that's what you have to look at, is who's going to screw me the least, who can I work with the most, that sort of thing. The NRA and the GOA are literally the same thing. And there are people out there wiping their nose right now going, no, they aren't. Yeah, they are. And if one of them goes, we want to work ourselves out of a job, they are lying to you the way that senator lied to you, the way the president lied to you, the way all these other people lie, the way your wife lies to you, okay? They are lying to you, because when gun control goes away, they're out of a job. So just understand that it's a balancing act. It is a game where you're jumping back and forth, and you've got to constantly look over your shoulder and everything else. It sucks. If I don't want this for my kids and my grandkids. The reality is it's always going to be there, and it sucks. And we've got to be smart, and we've got to pay attention. But don't fall for the BS, because everybody out there who says that they're on your side may not necessarily be on your side. Don't swallow the flavor aid.
Well, outside of the politics, the NRA is the largest insurer of gun ranges and gun shops. There is nobody to take that place.
And they're the leading certifier of concealed weapon training, for your trainers, so you can get a concealed weapon license if your state requires you to go and take training. Look, I guarantee you that they're all NRA certified.
Personally think that's a problem right there. The fact of the insurance and the fact that, to get certified, it's got to be only NRA. It seems like a monopoly on it. Now, I realize, people say, well, it's a big guy, big target they can deal with, but still, I think it's a bunch of crap. Basically, you're either with them or you're screwed in some cases. So, to me alone, that should be a reason why I'd like to see things diversified, and maybe other insurance companies, other certifications that are recognized personally.
Like here in Oregon, they recognize anyone who is USCCA certified also. So it's starting to switch, that it's not just NRA cert, but how many trainers are actually certified outside of NRA? It's because right now they're the largest one known.
No, it's not that they're the largest one known. I mean, that's the public perception. They were doing this in the 1880s. Where was USCCA in the 1880s? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Outcast has a point. We do need to have more options, and we do need to have more certs out there that are just as well recognized as an NRA cert. Now, I will tell you this, though. The division of the NRA that certifies people to be instructors, or are the ones that standardize the targets, which they did long before our parents were born, and all this other stuff, is not the same division that goes up there on Capitol Hill and says, look at me, I'm wearing the same suit as you, I'm showing up in a private jet like you, I have a love shack like you, and get the attention of the politicians. The NRA is so big that it's broken into different departments. So when you look at an instructor, don't look at a politician. It's not what they are, okay? But yeah, we should have more options out there. He does bring up a great point.
Yeah, I didn't know that until a few years ago about the insurance for the gun ranges. I've been a life member of the NRA for years, and so it wasn't a big deal to me. But I was at a meeting one night, and there were a bunch of younger guys were coming in to join the club, and that was one of the things. In order to join, they had to have at least an annual membership to the NRA, and some of them were in there throwing a fit about it. And the instructor told us why, and I never knew that, but he was like, yeah, he's like, we can't keep the club insured without the NRA. That's why we require our members to join.
I go to a state range Department of Natural Resources range 10 minutes from my house. It's very popular in this area. It's a family-oriented range. It's a new shooter-oriented range. If you're some tactical a-hole that wants to go out there and just do point-blank mag dumps, this ain't the range for you. If you're the guy who wants to wave your loaded gun, or help even unloaded gun, right? Because treat them all as they're loaded around at people, this ain't the range for you. It was a really good range before the NRA stepped in. They doubled the number of shooting stations. They put in a handicap access where you can literally drive your vehicle right up to the firing line, multiple parking spaces, all paved and ramp access, no stairs, because there's stairs for the rest of us. And they put in restrooms. Now, but the NRA is a bunch of bad guys. Do you see what I mean? So people identify with the politics. And once again, these YouTubers who, if I did a YouTube video saying Wayne LaPierre is an asshole and the NRA is the devil, I'd get 200,000 views and I'd blow up overnight. Okay. But I'm not saying they're saints. They're not, but neither is the GOA or the FPC or 2A or any of them. They're not. They're not. And I call things out for what they are. That doesn't mean that I'm not a member or that I don't support them or anything else. So I'm just saying that it's good to recognize things like that. Like what Chris is saying explains why they have requirements. And certain people go, "What the hell with that? I ain't gonna." Okay, well, dude, you're not helping. You're not. Because they didn't have to give money. They didn't have to improve this state-run range. They could have said, "Screw you, state of Michigan. You have tax revenue. You make money off of people coming out here every day. You pay for it." No, they went in there and did that. The state of Michigan definitely wouldn't have done that. Not because we're anti-gun like a bunch of people think, but because in Southeast Michigan, that's where they put the money into the ranges. And even then, they pick and choose what they want. Mine is a blue-collar range. But in the rich neighborhoods, that's where the state puts all their money because they're buying votes. Those rich people that come out there with their hunting shotguns and stuff like that, that's what they're buying. They're not buying the my range is AR-15s. They don't want to put money in that. The NRA put money into that. And that's just the way it is. So I think if you take some time to slow down and dump your emotions a little bit and stop listening to this guy who only wants your Patreon money, who's no better than the NRA, you might see what the big picture is, because the fight for the Second Amendment is a never-ending fight that has a lot of big picture to it.
Yeah, and the thing is we don't always have to focus on what the large picture is. Sometimes we need to go and start taking that little nibble of the cheese. Pick off the little small stuff and get 1,000 little small victories versus trying to take on that one large victory. Yeah, that one large victory would be amazing if we can get it. But which is better, the one large victory or 1,000 little victories?
I think 1,000 little victories because they affect more people. Everybody wants that one big win where the Supreme Court says Second Amendment means what it says, hands off. It's never going to happen, okay? Or at least not in our lifetime. But these 1,000 little victories get you constitutional carry, national reciprocity, get you shall issue where you've had may issue or no issue, get you, now suddenly you're not limited to 10-round mags, stuff like that. Kingpin asked a question out there. He says, okay, why did we let the NRA get a hold of all that stuff? I'll tell you why. Because the other organizations either didn't exist or were asleep at the switch. It was about 2002, 2003. I tried to join the GOA or the 2AF. I don't think FPC existed back then. It was one of those two. This is after learning about them in a guns and ammo ad in the back of the magazine, because we didn't have internet like we do today. I contacted them. I can't remember which one it was because they all have a damn acronym, right? I contacted them and said, you've got an ad in the back, but you say nothing about pricing or whatever. How much is it going to cost for a membership? And they said, we're not accepting new members at this time. We're not accepting new members. Here I am. I have money. I want to give it to you. I want to join your organization. I want to help you be an alternative to the NRA as a fight for the Second Amendment. And we're not accepting new members at this time. That's why the NRA has its clutches in what it has. It hasn't just been around longer than anybody else, but they don't say crap like that. So some of you guys were not around for that stuff. Some of you guys didn't own guns. You weren't old enough to own guns back then. You didn't care about guns back then. You just did hunting or recreational shooting back then. You didn't give a crap about the Second Amendment back in 2002, 2003. Okay. And that's why you don't have that perspective. So this is where I come from with this stuff. I'm not saying I know everything. There are guys who've been doing this longer than me, who have stories and know more stuff than me. But I have a perspective that doesn't involve the internet and social media that a lot of people don't have. I'm the carbon copy guy.
And the thing is like Squib has said, and we've all said probably 100 billion times, none of us are gonna be around when the ultimate victory happens or the ultimate failure happens. And either we win everything and hey, guess what? The 2A is back to where it's supposed to be, and it doesn't matter if Squib has a BAR or if he decides, you know what, guess what? That BAR isn't for me. I'm just gonna stick with my my 1911, and that's all I want. You know, we would love to. I don't think there's a single one of us on the panel or in the side chat that would not like to see full autos in every LG at a reasonable price, where if we want to go in and spend $5,000 on one, we could do that. And if we don't, guess what? We can go buy that High Point for, $200 if that's what you're into. I don't think you're going to hear a single person on the panel that says, no, I don't think that full autos should be legal.
This thing, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of like the same conversation, I guess. I mean, we probably had it before, but the NRA has done some good things. I mean, but I think we can all admit that. Me being, a person of color, I should admit that they've done good things. They still do good things occasionally, but honestly, growing up in a small town, I never had no Eagle Eddy or any of that type of stuff. And now I see them honestly as kind of part of the problem. And I know you guys obviously feel differently, but I think we could get rid of some of this stuff if people were actually spending that money in a serious manner, and not on, excuse me, got to sneeze.
Hit the cough button.
All right. And not on jets, planes, all this type of, or whatever, same thing. The suits, all this crap. I personally think, if people were serious, we could get something done. We could get it in a manner where they couldn't turn away from it and have to address it. But that would shoot themselves right in the foot. They'd be out of a job. And, the system would be disrupted. So I personally, I kind of feel almost same thing with government. Everybody's, we got to fix it. We got to fix it. Like, it's horrible. I keep relating it to like a battered wife or something. Like, well, I'll just stop him at 2 beers and maybe he won't beat my ass next time, and then the same thing happens. Like, I don't understand. You don't negotiate with people like this. You just cut them out of your freaking life. So I just don't support bad behavior. I guess you could state, like, the fact that the NRA has basically just handed stuff over, offered other stuff up. Like, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be on our side. Are you giving them ideas? What the hell is this? Like, stuff like that. I can't support it. So to me, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate what good is done. I'm sure, like all organizations, you got good and bad people in there, but as a whole, I just can't support it as a whole. And obviously I know everybody's different, but I can bring this down to my personal life in the family court. Like, I'm not paying for bad behavior. I'm not bribing people for bad behavior. I would rather lose everything than encourage a bad value system, in a sense. Like, I'm not doing it. The club that I was a member here, they pushed the same thing about the NRA membership, and I danced around it for a while, but it was becoming a problem, and eventually, I got through a year and just didn't reapply. But I got questioned like every time, like peer pressure on the whole damn thing. Like, I vote like you guys vote. I'm a respectable citizen. I've served the country. Like, that's not good enough. Like, I still got to join your damn club. I don't understand. Yeah, it's kind of harassment. It's bullshit. Personally, it's almost like the Glock Club. It's not a Glock. It's a damn club that pisses me off. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling now, but I don't think we should expect better. You would expect better from your wife. You're not gonna, go through it every other month with an affair and shit and just expect it to be better. And that's just the way it is now. So we're just gonna accept that and move on. And she still comes home, so it's okay. Like, I don't understand how we accept this bullshit as normalcy nowadays. I really don't. If we can't have accountability in our own systems, how the hell are we going to expect that system to fight for accountability for us? Like, none of this even makes any sense anymore. But again, this is just me.
So, Outcast, what you said there at the end, we should get better. I was having a conversation with Kingpin on air, I don't know, like a year or two ago, and he said America deserves better. And I've actually used that as a line in some of my Speaking Squibbish videos, because he's absolutely right. America does deserve better because this is America, right? So I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with that. But I think that as far as the economics and the politics of it, you're applying your household rules to an industrial, political, or commercial apparatus, or whatever you want to call it. And it doesn't work like that. Like, big business spends tons of money and wastes tons of money, and you would lose your mind, right? But that's how big business works. And that's why they're multi-billion-dollar international blah, blah, blah. And if you applied your household budget to a big business, it would collapse and fall in on itself. Now, I'm not saying that's right. Don't accept that as me saying, well, then this is okay. But that is the way it is. And when you operate at that level, there are certain expectations, and there are certain things that you have to do, and there are certain things you just have to put up with and accept. And the fact is that when the GOA walks in there in their suit from JCPenney's, because they took all of your money and put it into whatever, right? They laugh them right out of Congress. But when Wayne LaPierre flies in on a private jet, has a limo, not a rented limo, but an actual limo that they own or lease or whatever, bring him there, and shows up with a $30,000 suit and go, hey, guys, can we hurry up because I want to get back to my piece of ass at my love shed. Okay.
Yes, I know where you're going, but it shouldn't matter, Squib.
It does not about what it
regular
should.
guy
Okay,
should have the same.
If you're going to do that, then you're going to lose every time. You will lose every time.
Well, then that's where the system's screwed, man.
You're trying to change the entire system. I'm just trying to keep the Second Amendment from dissolving.
Yeah, but it's all connected. And the only reason it continues on is because we as citizens allow it to.
Yes. However, it's not something you can change overnight with the pull of a switch. And that's what you want by saying that. That's the household economics of it. So what I'm saying is that when Wayne LaPierre walks in there, they take him seriously and they vilify him. When whoever it is from the GOA, because I don't even know their names. Okay. I know Wayne LaPierre's name, but I don't even know the GOA. And I'm a member of the GOA.
Bad behavior.
Okay. Do you want to defeat your enemy? Do you want to hold your enemy back? Do you want to prevent your enemy from attacking? Or do you want to just open the gates and say, come on in? Because if you do it that way, that's what you're saying. You don't like it. I don't care if you don't like it. It tastes bad. I don't care if it tastes bad. That's the reality of it. Well, we shouldn't have to accept it. America deserves better. Yes, I agreed with you with that at the very beginning of my statement. But what I'm trying to say is that's the way it really works. Well, it shouldn't. Well, how much does it cost to make a car? It costs about $9,000, $10,000. Why is it $80,000? Because they have to make a profit. Well, they got to make a $60,000 profit on a car. That's the way it shouldn't be. Okay, great. Then tomorrow the car industry dries up and nobody has a vehicle to drive. Okay. It's the same difference. Tomorrow the airline industry dries up and nobody can.
Yeah, but
anywhere.
it's
Tomorrow
worth that
there's no
hardship
food
for
at
the
the grocery
correction.
store and we all go hungry. Okay.
It's worth that hardship for the correction. That's the problem. We're too
No, it
worried
isn't.
about
It
us.
isn't. No.
The hell
No,
with
it
us.
isn't.
Let's worry
It-
about the ones that
If it
gave up
was,
for us and the ones to come.
So the only way we're going to get any kind of a correction on this is it's going to take time, and what we need to do is start getting like a third party option, a fourth party option. We need that constitutional party, but the only way we're going to get a constitutionalist party is by starting out small at your local, and you're then getting it up to a state level. Once you get it from a state level, then multiple states can start doing it, and then it becomes more at your federal level before you're ever going to get it into a presidency. So you're talking 40 years before it's probably even going to be a viable option.
unfortunately, I would love to see it be a viable option at the federal level. I'm not going to force it because when you force it, it doesn't necessarily work. And then you develop issues later on down the road because when you let things happen gradually and organically, well, I want it now. Oh, well, we've been waiting a long time. Really? How long have you been waiting? Well, 8 years. Okay, well, I've been waiting like 40 years. So fuck you. You know, that's the problem is that these things take time. Sometimes they don't happen. I don't have the answers for everything, but I can tell you that applying what you use in your home to something much bigger than you or I will not work. Although it's a great idea, it's an honorable thing, it's a noble thing, it's an honest thing. It's a what's the word I'm looking for here? You've got to, you know, it's a good thing. I can't think of the word I'm looking for here. It's pure. That's a word. It's a pure thing. That's not the way it really works. It's not the way it really works. So you find out how it works and you find a way to work within it, not work around it. I get sick of these YouTubers saying, let's work around. Let's work within. Let's work. You can't beat them, join them. But when you join them, then you can change them. But if you go out there and fight, you want to live on, you can't, you are not going to survive in America on high ideas. You will not do it.
You can, but you won't be rich.
So here's a proof of what Squib is saying. You look back 10 years ago when there was a socialistic party of the United States. Do you hear about them at all anymore? No, that's gone away because they infiltrated the Democratic Party. Once they've started doing that, then they started working their way, and now they've pretty much controlled the Democratic Party. And so now the Democrats are socialist Democrats. So they have eaten them from within and taken that over.
Kind of like the way the Democratic Party was before Kennedy and after Kennedy.
Yes.
I would have voted for Kennedy. And I've almost every election or almost every office, I should say, I've voted Republican. I have voted independent. And I actually have voted Democrat a few times, not for president, but I have. But being somebody who 97% votes Republican, I would have voted for Kennedy if I lived back then. And Kennedy was an immoral man. His father was an anti-Semite. He was a womanizer. He was a cheater. And he was self-serving. But he was good for our country. And that's just it. Sometimes you have to look past some of the BS for the greater good.
I don't know, man. That greater good stuff can get a little tricky sometimes.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right. Look at COVID.
It
right?
all depends, and once you get into that box, I got to be cautious of myself with that sometimes. But yeah, you can get into eugenics, all types of shit. I mean, it can get really deep, really quick, and you'll end up on a lot of lists. I try not to take that route, but I think, and my example is it's for the better of our country, for the better of our people, to represent the people that gave up so much for us to bitch about missing a day at work, to go do something. uh, you know, for the people to come, personally, as somebody that volunteered in the service, I'd be willing to take that hardship. And I wish more people would, and we addressed it sooner than later, personally. And that's close to that greater good, but really it's the greater of our people. I don't know. I guess it's a fine line, but things, I don't want to say should be reset, but in a way, this can't go on forever where they just do whatever the hell they want to do. No accountability. I mean, this has never worked statistically over any long period of government. Like eventually the haves are, have so much more than the have nots, and it's so outnumbered. Yeah, it's going to be chaos and hell. So,
So-
we could do that more peacefully. It doesn't have to be an arm thing. And I'm not speaking of like, trying to start a problem here or get your show canceled, but we could just mass non-compliance. Like, we've had enough with, there's a lot more of us than them. I think it could be done, but again, these organizations, they're not looking for that. Because they got quotas to meet for next month, for next year.
I know we gotta probably let Chris do his sign off because he's gotta run and pick up his son here pretty soon. So, you got anything you want to plug? Anything you want to say before you get out of here?
No, man. Thanks for having me on, and this was fun. I always enjoy listening to Squibb and talking with him. So it's cool he jumped on the panel. So, but other than Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, I'd like to have everybody come over and watch the Wednesday night live chat with G23 and I. And that's about it. Enjoyed the side chat. It's great seeing everybody out there tonight, and enjoyed the chat. So thank you.
You are absolutely welcome, and we're always glad to have you on the panel. And I will definitely be on Wednesday nights reloading for beginners. So,
yeah, and everybody, keep CW in your thoughts, and want to get him through this surgery this week and get him back on the panel. So, but other than that, thanks, Foss, G, Squibb, Rob. Always enjoy talking to all of you.
Yeah, man, have a good time, or be safe out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pick the boy up and get him home. So we'll talk to you guys later on.
Don't
and
let
if
us,
we're still going, you can always come back.
All right, I'll do that.
don't let a semi run you off the road.
Yeah, I'll see you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a bunch of crap, right? This kid's probably in the next room. He just can't be in this conversation no more.
Man, you just can't let it go. G23, I didn't know you reloaded.
Yeah. So I got into. So the last few years, I went from why worry about reloading? I can get all my ammo off the shelf, to the more and more I started listening to reloading chats and talking with some people that reload and stuff. Started going, it's never about the cost. That's not the whole part of the reload. The reloading is more being able to dial your round in to the firearm that you're actually using, so that you can get your best accuracy, your and stuff for that, and be able to shoot more for the same price.
So basically, he can't hit shit with his Glock, and he's trying to come up with another way to get a little better.
See, he said what Foos says, and Foos and I are friends. We argue all the time. I mean, I argue with Outcast. I argue with Rich White. I got a kind of a fucked up friendship with some of you guys, but I genuinely like them. And Foos says that you can shoot the same, or you can shoot more for the same price. I say you can shoot more for less. In my experience, in enough time, you can shoot more for less. Not more necessarily in every sense of the quantity of cartridges, but the quality of cartridges. I get both. I get cartridges that they don't make. I can make ammunition that doesn't exist, for one. They're right there. Pays for itself. Everything else above and beyond that is icing on the cake. Now, for those of you who don't have antique guns, you don't care, whatever. All right. But I got antique guns. I have 2 guns that you cannot buy ammunition for. Okay. So right then and there, it pays for itself. And then there's the hunting and self-defense rounds that I can make just as good or better than the companies that sell them for a fraction of the cost. And then there's my kids who will eat through hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of rounds in an afternoon at the range. And although it might take me all Saturday to load up enough ammo that they eat up in, a couple hours, I can do that when everybody's going, there's no ammo on the shelf, or you believe what a case of ammo costs. So for me, it fills all those roles. For somebody else who shoots 50,000 rounds a year to IDPA matches, or who only reloads 2 calibers or something else like that, it's a different thing. So it doesn't mean that I'm right and everybody else is wrong. It just means it's different for different people. So when I hear you can shoot more for the same price, or you can shoot the same amount for less, or what, there's more to it than that.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's way more to it. Like, I have a 45 Colt, and if any of you guys go and price what it costs for 45 Colt, it's not very cheap. So reloading 45 Colt, just that alone, if I'm not putting that money into buying factory ammo, and I'm, reloading it, I could probably shoot 8 rounds minimum for what it costs. If you were to break down the price, I could probably go 8-1 round for round.
Yeah, 45 Colt is an expensive round to load. I can actually shoot 44 Magnum reloads cheaper than buying 22 long rifle at the store in bulk. 44 Magnum.
Yeah, and so there, and that's what I'm still in the infancy stages of the reloading. So, I am, that beginner, and unfortunately, before I finally decided, or right as I was deciding, I'm going to get into reloading, then the scandemic happened.
Yeah, bad time to jump in.
Right? And so I haven't been able to get my feet as wet as I would like. So they're still kind of, I'm still stepping in the puddle.
Okay. Then let me ask you this. Some of the terminology that you didn't understand, or some of the things that you thought were scary, dangerous, or confusing, have you gotten past a few of those things yet?
Yeah, so I've loaded 50 rounds of 45 Colt, and actually just seating the first primer, the very first time you seat that primer, I was worried, like, oh crap, what if I put this in backwards, or if I'm not doing this correctly, then is it going to blow up right in my face? And stuff like that. And once you sit down and you do your first round, then you go on to your second, and next thing you know, you've gotten, and as long as you're taking your time and you're not trying to rush through and say, okay, well, I'm going to load, 6,000 rounds in 2 hours, you're okay.
Do you know why my YouTube handle is Squibload?
because you forgot to put powder in a case and the projectile got lodged in the barrel?
Yep, 3 of them, right down a 1911 barrel. And I didn't know how good Ruger's warranty was at the time. So instead of contacting Ruger and seeing if they would do something for me, which they might have based on some people's stories, I found another Marine who makes 1911 barrels that are plus B rated. And I ordered a barrel from him and dropped it in my SR 1911. And thereafter that, I changed what went wrong that day. What went wrong that day was I let myself get distracted. And I come up with a new rule in our house. When Dad is reloading, somebody better be bleeding out. Otherwise, don't bother me. It's as simple as that. I will say when I'm starting, when I expect to finish, and you don't come downstairs and say, can you open this jar of pickles while I'm reloading? Somebody literally better need 911, and call 911 before you ask me to come up the stairs, because that's something that I didn't understand until it happened to me. And I made fun of myself by naming my channel after my mistake, because I came on within a year of this happening. And I've had a primer go off in the die on the press because I tried to press a military primer that was crimped into a steel case round out, which you don't do. It didn't, by the way, it didn't kill me. Didn't even, I was like, what the hell was that? But other than that, other than the noise, and I'm not saying you should just be reckless. I even did a video where I set some stuff on fire and whatnot because so many people were so, like, don't vacuum up primers. Dude, vacuum them up all day. They're not going to blow up, or it's whatever. But people have been reloading since the 19th century. It's not that dangerous. However, you shouldn't be stupid about it. These guys are like, you got to wear a strap for static. And it's like, no, you don't. I'd be more worried about your powder getting contaminated and not working, seriously, than having an explosion or your house burning down. If it wasn't as expensive as it is, I'd go ahead and set a pound of powder on fire on the back deck just to show you guys what happens when you burn it. You'd be really unimpressed. So it's not as dangerous as people think, but that doesn't mean you should just go in there reckless. But for the people that I hear saying, I'd do it, but I'm scared of dying, that's not that. But it ain't for everybody. It's the upfront cost is crazy expensive for some people.
And I think so. When I was a younger kid, I was probably 11. Some of my friends in school, they found a can of powder, and they decided that they were going to light matches and throw it and set the powder off. And when they couldn't do that, one of them lit a match and was like standing over the can, and when he dropped it in, and so he got burnt really bad because of the flash. And so yeah, it was kind of, you have that in the back of your head, but then you still got to think, well, kind of being morons, why would you have an open flame in the same room that you're going to have something that's burnable? It'd be like, would you be, lighting a cigarette while you're pouring gas? If you have that open lighter, if you have that lighter going, you got that open flame and you're pouring gas, guess what? Something's probably going to ignite,
That's called natural selection, G23.
Right? Now you understand that it's a Darwin Award winner,
Yeah.
But
it isn't for everybody. Honestly, I didn't get into reloading for the longest time. I knew people who reloaded. People would be like, yeah, can you pick up your brass at the range and give it to me? I had one guy offer to give me money for 30-06 brass because there was a shortage at the time. This is way before COVID, way before any of the, right? And I gave him a whole 5-gallon bucket full of this stuff, and he couldn't believe it. And I go, yeah, how much more do you need? And he goes, you're kidding, right? I'm like, yeah. He gave me a bandolier of M1 Garand loads because he knew all the brass I had come from my Garand. And I used to take it to the recycling center and sell it. Some of them wouldn't take it because they're afraid it would explode. It's like, oh my goodness, whatever, dude. But there was one that the one that you always had to wait in line at, because everybody went there because they had the highest prices. They would take brass cases. So I used to get rid of it because back in the day, ammo was $3 a box, and why reload and blah blah blah. And my friends were trying to get me into reloading for the longest time, and finally I gave in. And when I did, ammo was still plentiful and cheap. Supplies were still plentiful and cheap. Everything was. I got in at the right time, whereas you didn't. So when everything hit, I was set. Right now, you might not even be set yet, but as prices come down and stuff comes back into stock and stuff like that, build yourself up, get this, get that, do this. And next time there's a shortage, because there will be, and it won't necessarily be because of a scamdemic or election or something, but it could be. You'll be the one making videos going, look at all these primers, look at all this powder, look at all these spare decapping pins I have. And yeah, you'll be in a good spot. This is actually a great chance for you to learn something that reloaders who started in the 70s would have never considered.
So I learned from 2008 when we were having issues with ammo. So it was stack it high and stack it deep. You buy your ammo, so you get payday and you can afford to buy one box, or you can buy 2 boxes. You take one box, you can shoot. The other box, you put away. And you keep doing that. Next thing you know, now you're buying 1,000 rounds or whatever as you start having more and more money. And next thing you know, you're sitting on, 5,000-10,000 rounds of ammo. And you can, all of a sudden now, oh crap, something happens. Well, I can still go shooting because I'm sitting on, 5,000 to 10,000 rounds of ammo, while everyone else is panicking, trying to find out where the next round of ammo is going to come from, because as I bought it, I shot it, So, yeah, now as I'm able to come across primers, I'm picking them up, and I picked up 400 number 300 CCI large pistol primers. Yeah, I paid more than what they used to be. I paid $6 a sleeve, roughly about $6 a sleeve.
That's not bad at today's prices.
Exactly. In today's prices, if you're paying under $8 a sleeve, you're doing okay.
Under 15, you're doing okay.
So,
and they're normally 3. They're $3 to $4 a sleeve.
Yeah. And one of these weekends, I'm going to make a trip a couple 100 miles away and see if I can't score quite a bit more primers. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to the primer factory, which is close by, and see if I can't buy them directly.
I'd recommend calling first.
I would too, because they're not going to sell it to you directly.
Actually, see, this is where a lot of people
might only have a certain day or something that they'll do that. So before you drive a few hundred miles,
I would not even a certain day. This is something where they honor their contracts first. You're the big company. Everybody's like, the government's buying ammo, so we can't buy it. That's a load of crap. That is an internet myth. The government's buying all the ammo, so it raises the price, so we can't get it. That is an internet myth that somebody created and somebody ran with. And if you do a video on that, you'll get 200,000 views, and you'll be the next big thing too. All right. They have to honor contracts that they have with big box stores like Shields and Academy and Rural King and stuff like that. In addition, or Midway USA or what have you. In addition to all these manufacturers, like near me is Phoenix Ammunition. They make reloads and new made ammunition right here at a small factory in Southeast Michigan. It's not Hornady, it's not Winchester, it's not, even Underwood Ammunition is bigger than them, right? But they will honor their contract before they'll ship to your local FFL. So the guy going, I live in Manure Pit, Texas, and I'm 3 hours from the nearest city, and I can't find primers, and I don't know why my FFL ain't got one. It's because your FFL ain't got no buying power. In the same sense, you show up at this factory and say, hey, yeah, where's Will Call? I want to buy some primers. They'll escort you out probably.
So they had on their website and everything where they were doing local pickups.
Wow. And this is a big company?
Yeah.
Huh.
CCI.
Yeah, see, I have trouble. Hey, man, if you can do it, cool. I'd say make a YouTube video. I'd love to see it.
I'd still verify. I don't care
Yeah.
if we drive 200 miles for a damn pizza. I'd want to make sure it was ready when I showed up. That it ain't gonna be no bullshit. So
If I want CCI primers, I literally go a block and a half down the road. But but I live in an oppressive state where we've got evil gun laws. And I've got primers all day long.
I'll see if I can pull up there.
Yeah, typically the manufacturer of primers, not a distributor, not a sporting goods store or something, typically doesn't just sell right to the public. They honor their contracts first, and then they go from there.
well, I heard you could buy direct from Federal now too, or something like that. So
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's a new angle they're working on or whatever. But still, if you're talking about driving couple 100 miles, I'd always like to verify anything because, Murphy's Law. I don't know that they're shut down that day. The guy that does it's not there. I don't know. You know what I mean? That's a lot of time and money, and more so important time. To invest in something for it not to work out. But man, I don't know. Obviously, I'm sure some of you guys probably know too, is some of these companies you can get factory seconds as well. So I know CCI is one of them.
You don't have seconds for primers. That's not going to work.
Okay,
That's be like having seconds on milk.
Yeah, but I'm just saying ammunition, things like that. There is deals to be had if you look around, and sometimes depending on what you're looking for. So.
Well, 22 Plinkster got sponsored by one of the ammo companies, and he was saying, look, you can buy their ammo online. The only thing is, if you went online right after watching his video, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. So that's great that they're paying you, and it's great that you're, trying to bring this information to the public, but don't tell me something that I can't. It's useless. So what's in stock and what is available for pickup at will call?
Right now, they're showing nothing's available.
22 Plinkster got to it first.
I'm damn sure, make sure they held it, because by the time you drive 200 miles, that shit'll be sold out, man.
You think somebody would show up and be like, look, man, I don't have an appointment, but I'll give you double if you sell it to me?
Yeah, I would definitely, before I go driving up, I'm going to make sure that you can actually do it, because I'd be kind of stupid to,
Oh, yeah, I wish you luck, though. Hopefully you can, and it works out like that. So, in my opinion, that's one of the things that you should be able to do. I mean, I understand some companies may not want to work things that way, but shoot, it saves on shipping, all types of stuff. I mean, even if it's a fifth of your business, I mean, it's right out your back door. I don't know why you would turn business away, but I understand if you're talking, $1 million contracts for somebody over here with $500, you don't want to, lose out on a contract because you keep shorting it or something. But still, I mean, if it's feasible, that would be ideal.
hell yeah. So, that is one that I've been, kicking the idea around.
So I got a circuit, what I call it, like, depending if I wanted to do the whole thing or not, like the whole thing would take like a full day probably, but it's like, an hour east, an hour west, an hour south, you know what I mean? Everything's damn near an hour away, but where I'd run through collecting ammo in the past, just make a day out of it. I know, like, I'd rather make one day out of it than go stand in line at the store that I'd rather not spend my money at, like, every day, hoping to beat the truck and, be out there and everybody knows each other by name and crap. Personally, I don't have the time for that. You know what I mean? I really don't. Yeah. I'm better off dedicating like one day or half a day, and I could drive around and hit up a bunch of the smaller shops. And yes, it's usually a little more expensive. I prefer the cheaper stuff, but all those stores got limits anyway. You're going to go in there with like 2 boxes or whatever after sitting out there for an hour and a half, listening to somebody's life story. I don't know, but so I've done that several times. That's how I've collected a lot of my ammo. I would do the same, like G23 was saying, every payday, it was almost the same as, construction with tools. Every payday I'd buy a tool. Every payday I'd buy a box or 2 of ammo. It's just what it is. And then eventually I got 2-3 of every damn tool and a bunch of ammo sitting around, And, I'd always want more, but to me, it's like a necessity. A gun's worthless without ammo, and a gun's part of my protection package for my family / up the country if called in for some reason. So I've got to have a bare minimum to sleep at night. That's the way I look at it. So, other people may see it differently. It might just be a hobby thing, or they got a box of hollow points and that's all they've ever had and care about for the rest of their life. I don't know. I'd like to be as battle ready as possible. Not that I'm expecting, hoping, or anything, but you never know. And if it's better to need than want. You know what I mean? So. Even for these little stretches where you can't get ammo, things like that as well. So, I think that little by little is definitely the way to go.
You know how you do it without driving all over? You just order online with a credit card.
Yeah, but then you got the tax and the hazmat and shit, and you don't get to talk to the people. You don't build a reputation. You're not finding any little secret deals.
I go out on my front deck with my cup of coffee and go, "Hey, one of you kids help me. This box is heavy."
Yeah, but I don't know. You gotta have the pulse of the people in a sense. Resources. I mean, you go online and ask them for something. You got to wait a week to get a freaking response. I mean, people. Genuine relationships are worth it to me. That's just like my work insurance. I could get a better deal if I wanted to use an online company, but I'd like to have a place where I can walk in and punch you in the face or shake your hand. So I pay a little more.
So I went to a store. I went to Biomart, which is a kind of like Shields. This is Pacific Northwest only, so they're not everywhere, and it requires a membership to be in there, which isn't expensive. It's $5 for a lifetime membership. So,
what the hell is that?
Yeah.
I would go to the customer service and be like, "Yeah, I'd like to buy a membership, or that'd be $5. Can I borrow $5? Because really."
Yeah, and have a good night, Foss. You want to say anything before you get out of here?
Good night.
Take it easy, Foss.
See you later.
But we were there getting some other stuff, and I went over to the gun counter, and I was looking, ammo and stuff, and I just made a joke to the guy behind the counter. I was like, it's not like you even got any primers, but what the hell? He goes, oh, we've got large pistol primers. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, we got a limit of 200 per person. So I was like, I'll take 200. And then I went and got the wife and said, go get me 200 more. And so I ended up with 400, pistol primers.
Yeah, those are always good times. There's a store up north that is a mom and pop. They've only got 2 locations in Michigan, but they've got more buying power than Bass Pro Shop, it seems like. And I've watched people go in there, the entire family, and 5 people come walking out. I mean, kids with ammo underneath their arms, right? It's just like nobody. It's like so much per person. I've gone up there and have been like, yeah, there's a shortage right now, so it's only 2 boxes. All right. So what's the limit? 2 boxes. So whether you buy a box of 20 or a case of 1,000, they're either a box, right? So you could walk out with 2,000 rounds and you've met their 2 box, or they'd be like, yeah, here's your 2 boxes of 6.5 Carcano. Is there anything else you needed? Nah, I don't suppose you got 380 auto. You want 200 rounds? Got any primers? Well, we're only supposed to give out 5 sleeves, but we'll give you 10, and some when you get that experience, I get that thing the Outcast was talking about, that's worth the drive when they treat you, and then maybe they are setting those limits and then breaking those limits to make you feel that way. Maybe I'm the sucker, but that's worth it. But the other stuff, I just order it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were pretty standard on you get 200 per person. That's it. Because I tried talking him out of letting me, buy a
What I
sleeve.
found is a lot of those places, if like the big box stores, all had limits, but I'd say half the small mom and pops didn't have limits. The limits was your cash flow, so that was another advantage to going out to different places like that. They're just happy to have business, period. They don't give a shit. How many boxes you want, they'll help you carry it to your car. It's another blessing of those smaller shops. Plus those smaller shops, that's America, man. That's, those are the people we're supposed to support.
So, and P&W Woods is right. So Bi-Mart is like a sporting goods store, an auto parts store, because they got lots of different auto stuff in there also. They've got, a really good pharmacy area. And so it's like multiple different stores thrown into one single store. And they always have a lot of good stuff. So like a lot of people were talking about, oh, well, 9mm is $30 a box. And I'm like, dude, I'm still finding it for $10.99 a box. Yeah, exactly. The $5 is a lifetime membership. And the thing is so like I bought my membership in Washington, and when I moved to Oregon, my membership's still good. So I can go to any Bi-Mart in the entire, Pacific Northwest and show my membership card and walk right in the door.
What'd you have to do to become a member? Did you have to register?
You just go.
You're on a list.
Yeah, you are.
Shit.
It's not like I'm not on 500
Did you
other
join
lists.
the NRA in order to be a member?
No, I did not have to join the NRA to become a member.
It got me thinking earlier, Squib's conversation. We were talking about that with the Rod of Iron and people freaking out about register. And afterward, I'm thinking, like, how many of these people register for that free coupon or 10% off or all these other things? Like, you're talking about a gun manufacturer. Like, what are you freaking out about? Like, have you never bought a firearm in America legally? I mean, like that's.
In 2020, before I went, the one time I went out there, I was talking to different people on different live shows, because you guys know me, I weasel on everybody's show, and there were people outright on air, either in the live chat in the comment section right there, or on the panel with me going, I ain't gonna do that because I got arrested. My name's on the list. It's like, dude, really? So Outcast, you got a very valid point.
Yeah, I mean, I guarantee you, if you have a Costco membership, you signed up for something. You gave them your name, your address, and all that other bullshit. If you got a Sam's Club membership, you signed up for,
I signed up to get frisked at the door by getting my Sam's Club membership.
right?
Those dick faces.
The last time I was at Walmart, which has been quite a while ago, they had the greeters trying to like check your receipt. I was just like, I just walked out the door.
Yeah, I did a video about you.
Probably.
You were a 400-pound, 6-foot-tall black woman who didn't look back when the 5-foot-tall, 90-pound white woman said, "Excuse me, ma'am."
Here's the thing: is don't they can't require you? They can't require you to show a receipt.
Well, what other store do you go into and you're like, whoa, let me check your stuff? Like, it gets crazy. I've had it happen a couple times at Lowe's or something like that, but yeah, I deal usually customer service desk, things like at a pro desk or whatever. So at the exit door, those people don't, if it's somebody new, then they might be skeptical. So yeah, I'll give them that. But yeah, I am pushing out like 4 carts sometimes or 3 carts, thousands of dollars.
Trying to load them in a 95 Honda Civic hatchback.
No, my truck. Well, when you're coming out of Walmart with like $60 worth of shit, after work or something, and they want to come up and treat you like a goddamn criminal, the only time I've really showed a receipt is when the person was like 95 and looked like they were scared to death and forced to come talk to me. And I'm just like, yeah, man, I got it. And I try not to be a dick and walk out. But if it's somebody younger, they can kiss my ass. It's not my job to prove shit to you. You know what I mean? Like, don't invite me over and then accuse me of being a goddamn thief. Like, either make an accusation or get the hell out of my way. And good luck to the person that tries to go hands on. I've been waiting for that day.
Next time we go out to eat, I'm going to sneak up to the manager of the restaurant and be like, you see that guy over there? He's acting kind of suspicious.
Like, that's such a violation. It's accusal. It's, I don't know. I've gone my whole life trying not to be pointed out as a thief, being watched in the stores and all that shit growing up in a white town. I go out of my way. I'm not a damn thief. Like, I'm going to take that very personal, man. Very personal.
Well, don't take it personal when I mess with you. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, because it's kind of like, look, I paid money to come into this thing. I'm buying everything in bulk. I can't stick it under my shirt. Why are you stopping to check me? What am I going to get past you?
You'd be surprised. I guarantee you there's people that have tried walking out of, Costco without paying for something,
Oh, definitely. Same thing with Walmart. Those people would hold up like an old receipt to something and walk out with big screens. You hear about it like every year. So, I mean, I can kind of, I don't know. I don't want to say I can kind of get it with a big item like that or something, but yeah, I think, harassing grandma out the door when she's leaving with some damn shampoo is just a little ridiculous, in my opinion.
So, like,
things like that shampoo was $7 a bottle, man.
And I get what Travis is saying, and he's right. When you sign up for a membership, you're agreeing to their terms and conditions. So
I never gave him my money.
You're agreeing to present that receipt as you walk out the door. Now, when you go into Walmart, you didn't sign up for no damn membership. So don't be trying to tell me I have to show you a receipt. If you want to accuse me of shoplifting, go ahead, make that accusation. We'll go to the office. We'll wait for the police to show up. And then I'm going to sue the shit out of you.
Well, yeah, that's true, because when I signed up for the Sam's Club membership, at the bottom in bold print and highlighted in yellow, it says you agree to take it up the ass as long as you're holding this green card. So yeah.
Mhm.
Hey, I'd like to address a question out in the chat. I got to scroll back up here. So Tim, I'm just going to say Tim Burkett. Do you think it's better to stock small caliber like 17? I'm guessing he means 17 HMR, and 22, and I'm guessing he means 22 long rifle, than larger calibers like 308 7 mag. So 308 Winchester 7mm Magnum. I'm guessing that's what he's saying. What do you guys think on that?
I'd ask
Well, I
stock
mean,
for what?
I guess
What's the purpose?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what, if you're talking about like hunting, you're smaller, you're 17 HMR. Yeah, you can still take a deer with 17 HMR. You can do it with a 22. I wouldn't suggest it, but 22 is good for squirrels and stuff like that, smaller game. So if you're talking about just like stockpiling for something, SHTF or something, and for being able hunting purposes, yeah, the smaller rounds, you can carry more while you're out doing your hunting and stuff, and you're going to be able to take a lot more small game and stuff like that. But if you're talking about for the same situation, but to protect your home and your family, you're going to want a lot larger of a caliber. So you're going to definitely want that 308 7mm mag, 7.62 by 39, whatever your flavor is. So yeah, you'd want to definitely stock. I would suggest more being a well-rounded. So, stock as much as you can of each, and then and add a couple rounds that you don't have, a couple calibers you don't have rifles for or pistols for, so that you have trading ability, barter system.
Well, is he stocking for the sake of just saving money for the next shortage, or is this something like
He says,
in case of shit hits the fan, or
yeah,
what I mean?
it's the fan survival is what he says.
All right. And then my next question would be, how mobile are you? Are you in good shape or not?
So shit hits the fan survival, 17 HMR and 22 long rifle. Oh, hell no. That's for bartering or for training the children born after the apocalypse how to shoot. If that's your survival round, who is the YouTuber that said you can carry 2,000 rounds of 22 long rifle with you when you bug out, and that's better than having a 308 battle rifle? Dude, really? No. If you don't know how to shoot, or you're trying to train people, I suppose stockpiling 22 long rifle would be handy. Otherwise, that is not your zombie apocalypse survival round. You don't have to have a 500 Smith & Wesson or a 300 Win Mag, but there's plenty of good in-betweens that'll do the job just fine. But 17 HMR, no, I mean, I suppose if you live like 1,000 miles from the next person and there's no nuclear fallout where you're at, or anything else, and you're just trying to live off of squirrels, and yeah, have all the 17 HMR you want. But for zombie apocalypse, oh, hell no.
Oh, 17 HMR, I think is better than you give it credit, but I don't know. I'd kind of ask, basically if you're, younger, still in good physical shape, or what. If you're going to be doing a lot of movement, I'd probably go with the smaller stuff personally, but people, Squid's one of those that says, pounds equal pain is bullshit. But I can tell you, there was a time where I calculated how many pens I was going to have on me. So, like
bullshit. Bullshit.
But, I'm just stating, hey, I'm a big opinion is weight makes a difference, and any castle can get taken. So, you got to always have that mobility option in mind. Easy to carry, easy to store, definitely available. And I think you can do what you had to in some cases. Maybe not with the ultimate results you'd want and things like this, but as far as staying low key, trying to avoid problems, not running around trying to be a hero, because I don't think your life expectancy is going to last long, and shit hits the fan like that. Like, it's not a movie. Somebody doesn't always save your ass last minute, and the bad guy doesn't always suck. So, I think, small noise, footprint in a sense, I think a smaller caliber could be the way to go. And big game isn't going to be there forever. Every asshole is going to run out, especially these city people. I mean, shit, they shoot cows now thinking they're deer. Like, the woods is going to be a dangerous place. Like, the big game ain't going to last forever. You know what I mean? It's really not. So, and then, you go ahead and go hunting deer. Guess what? Now you're getting hunted to try to, from the other people, because you got that deer and they did it. Like, there's a lot of shit to this. So, I don't know, man. I think everybody's got to kind of make their own decisions, but I'm a firm believer in mobility. So I wouldn't burden yourself with, something too severe, because carrying all that around, plus your water, plus dragging your kids possibly, or your wife, or what, that's, it's a lot more than I think people really think of. So, and you shouldn't be in these long out engagements if you're on your own like that. You don't have backup, you don't have support. Like, there isn't a hospital. You should be trying to lay low and survive. But that's just my opinion.
And
Nail
to
that sticks out gets hammered. Okay.
And to answer defense, Dad, is it 8 p.m. yet? No, you've got like 2.5 hours to go. So you're kind of SOL there.
Obviously, if you're working as a team and this and that, there's differences to this too. But I'm just going off an individual average guy out on his own.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is I think it should be more of a well-rounded, because you don't want to try taking a squirrel with a 308, because you're not going to be able to, have anything left. But then again, you don't want to try to, take on multiple assailants with 22s, because you're going to need way more rounds to stop them than you are going to need using a 308. So to be able to be more well-rounded, you have your calibers for what situation you're going to be in. If you're out, gaming, yeah, of course, when shit hits the fan, pretty much it's every man for himself, whatever, survival of the fittest. But you still have to make sure that you're in survival mode.
I think a lot of people have this romantic idea that they're going to bug out and it's going to be this epic journey, and somebody should have a cinematographer the whole time.
We've all seen the movies.
Yeah. Okay, that's bullshit.
I'm hungry.
More than likely, you're bugging in. Now,
Yep.
What would make me bug out where I'm at right now would either be radioactive material, poison gas, or absolutely no freaking power in the dead of winter. Otherwise, I can stay here. And now I'm not the only one in America who has that situation. I understand that certain people have put themselves in situations where they live in an apartment in the middle of, you know, a bad situation, and they're downwind from this, and they're, you know, 1 degree south of the freaking Arctic Circle or whatever the hell it is their problem is, right? They live right on their backyard. That ditch in the backyard is the San Andreas fault line, but they got a good deal. Yeah, you're bugging out, all right? But for the rest of us, the other, you know, 85% of us in America, we're probably staying home. So can you defend your home? After that, it's how far are you going to forage for supplies? Are you literally walking next door to the neighbor's house because they're, you know, 100 years old, and after 2 weeks of power, it's the stench that's the only thing keeping you from going in that house, getting all their canned food to eat? You know what I mean? Because they ain't going to make it. So, I mean, this is gruesome shit, but it's a reality. Now, if you're downwind from a nuclear reactor that just went critical or whatever, yeah, you're going to get the hell out of there, but you may not outrun the cloud. In which case you might, you know, what you had carry on, it ain't going to matter. Just bend over and kiss your ass goodbye. There's a lot of scenarios where you're just not going to make it, right? But this whole thing about I'm bugging out, well, then why do you live there to begin with? I'm not saying you should live every day as if tomorrow is going to be your last, but then again, there's some other situations where you can kind of look at it that way. That's why I don't put all my money in cryptocurrency. Just I ain't going to be around to spend it when it's actually worth something. But I don't get the whole. My first instinct in SHTF is to bug out, and then after that, it's I'm going to be walking the highways for 5 weeks, and I'm going to take on the A team. Or where the hell does this come from?
Fantasy.
Yeah. Kind of crazy, yeah. But everybody, like you said, lives in different places. So for some people, it's probably ideal to bug out. But you know, typically giving up all your resources, like physical and you know, people interactions, you know, is kind of foolish. I mean, you know, unless those same people are your biggest threats, because you're the guy that's been like, oh, you need your storable food, and they're all going to come to your damn house. So yeah, then maybe you should disappear. But in a lot of those situations, you know, you have home turf advantage. You know what I mean? You know the shortcuts. You know this and that. You know the houses that, you know, you can go through one basement and end up in another. You have these advantages they don't have. I mean, you know, why would you give that up to be a stranger somewhere else where you're going to be seen as an outsider because you are? Like, you know, I wouldn't do that unless I had to. You know, it's basically. So yeah, I don't know. And I think TV glorifies a lot of shit, and people get way too lucky. Like, you know, I don't know. Things. I don't know. You know, just the fact of disease, injury, all this type of stuff, the risk. Like, I don't know, man. I think it'd be a lot worse than people think. So.
Well, that and bugging out. So you're not only are you giving up your strategic resources, like what you have in your house and stuff like that, you're going to go to some area where you have no idea what, you know, you're going to be going into. You have no idea what kind of animals are there for your potential hunting purposes to be able to have food. That, and you're giving up, like you said, you know, the resources of, you know, if I work with my neighbor right now, you know, we can keep other people that are trying to come into the area from getting to what's ours. You know, so you gotta have that, you know, again, you gotta have the battle plan. And for 99% of the people, hunkering down, staying, you know, bugging in, is probably going to be the best bet. Now, if you live in LA or you live in Portland or, you know, some major metropolitan area where the resources of deer, you know, within 4 miles of your home is not there, guess what? Yeah, you're probably going to have to leave.
I'd argue that fact. If you've never been out of your big city, I think you got better odds staying there. As bad as it's going to be, you have that home turf advantage. You go somewhere else and, you know, you're scared of a bat at night, or you've never been somewhere without a street light, you're not gonna do well. Like, you know, that's another thing. Like, you know, people don't do good with the outdoors. They claim they do, but they don't. Like, how many people actually go camping? You know, actual camping. Like, you know, people don't do that shit. Why? Because it's uncomfortable. Because it's a pain in the ass. Like, you know, you get out there just running wild, shit's gonna get bad pretty quick. So if
That
you're one of them people that is concrete jungle your whole life, you better keep your ass there.
that and when you're camping, how much gear do you take in with you? I guarantee you probably taking in a hell of a lot more gear than you absolutely need. I mean, how many people take a air mattress with them? How many people, you know, take all this other crap? You don't need all that bullshit. I mean, truly, you kind of just need a tarp so that you can hang it above your head and keep rain off you. You know, something, you know, you can go with the bare minimums. And if you don't practice that, when shit hits the fan, you might find out the hard way that, oh crap, that air mattress now has a hole in it. Now what are you going to do? Well, you're going to sleep on the rocks.
If you're not already acclimated to some of this, including your family as well, yeah, your beautiful marriage might go down the tubes when your wife's got a warm spot in somebody's barn, but you want to be out in some tent somewhere. So yeah, there's all types of different problems that come from these types of things from within, with your own damn people as well. So yeah, it's again, you might be better staying where the hell you're at, depending on the situation. Where you get sold out by your own damn people. Crazy conversation. Are people actually still listening to this?
Yeah, we still got like 11. We haven't driven them off.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying listening to you guys talk.
You gonna give away the free car soon?
Yeah.
The 95 Honda?
Oh, not that car.
No, that Rogue you had to deal with. Thought you were giving out a free Rogue.
I'll give away a black tinted out 95 Honda. They have to go to New York to pick it up.
2023 GMC Sierra half ton, all-wheel or four-wheel drive. No
That's
problem.
what we're giving away?
Fuck yeah! This is the Metro or Motor City. This is Metro Detroit, man. We got those.
Dime a dozen.
Yeah, I can go get you one right. I'll go down to the plant and, you know, you might go be to the plant to get primers, but I'll go to the plant and be like, that one. Yep.
Yeah, I heard about some of those people that drove off with, 15 different trucks and cars?
Oh, I didn't hear about that, but it's entirely possible. It is.
Yeah, this was like, I think last year, where they were going in and cutting and driving off cars off the lot, out of the manufacturer.
It's happening all over now. So you can thank technology and all your comforts and all the bullshit they got to put in all these modern vehicles, but basically, all of them basically they're coming in and just rekeying them through the OBD2 reader. So, and then with a blank key order online, whatever, you just program that key into it, and now the car's yours. So, it's been really a big problem with a lot of the chargers, all that type of stuff. I mean, they're almost guaranteed to get your car stolen nowadays. So. But it's not just that. It's all the newer manufacturers. Your Ford, your Chevy, your Toyota. It doesn't matter. You can go right on YouTube for state and search for this, and you'll find videos where people are pulling in different cars out the blue, and they're just boom, starting them right up and pulling them right back out. And people are trying to actually put lawsuits against the auto manufacturers because they're stating it's too easy now. And then there's a bunch of companies on the backside of that trying to come up with their own little gizmo extra added security shit to wire into your car. So it's just turned into a freaking hot mess, in my opinion.
Actually, hacking your home computer is easier than hacking a car. Don't believe all that bullshit you hear. But if I handed you the keys to my truck and said, go for it, I can stop you with my phone. Now you might go, yeah, and so can the auto manufacturer. The government can't. You might think they can, but Chevrolet could turn off my truck while I'm driving. Yes, so can I. I can actually find out if you stole my truck. I can actually find out where you're at. Now there is a way to disable that. It's not hard to do, actually. So the tracking is very easy.
Thing is
but
proven,
even then,
man.
I can actually take my phone with my password, and I can not only locate you if you haven't disabled the locator, but I can just shut you off. Okay. And you might go, well, that means the government can get you. If the government's going to shut off all of our cars, then they're up to something even bigger than that. So I wouldn't, the only reason they're going to shut off they're going to call General Motors or Ford or Chrysler or whoever and say, we need you to shut off this car, is because they know exactly which car it is, VIN number and everything. And you're running from the cops. And it's literally like they're chasing you with the News 4 helicopter. Otherwise, it's just
but maybe you're justified in running from the cops.
So really?
Maybe
really?
That's the last stand. Maybe the cops are put after you because you had a "Don't Tread on Me" flag on your car.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
We ought to do that.
The point is,
I should give you the keys to the truck, and then you should turn on the camera in the truck and watch me turn it off while you drive it.
The electrical shit's made it way too easy. There's plenty of documentaries and shit out there they can show you.
Actually,
Don't take my word for it.
It's not that easy to hack. It's easier to steal a credit card number than it is to hack.
Give more information, but I can tell you it's a thing.
So no, it's not. It's just like people say you can hack an airplane and make it crash. Try it. It is not the same.
Robbed left and right for their key program.
The same. Now it's this purpose. But right now it doesn't work the same. Actually, they're thinking about making your vehicle work just like your iPad. In which case, then it will be easy to hack.
Oh, my God.
Then it will be very easy to hack. However, until they do that, it's not as easy. Just like an airplane is not easy to hack.
Dude, you're a bot man. You work for the man. You work.
Yeah, I know how the damn things work. You guys have told me.
Your bias is hell. Of course you're going to say it's perfect. We got another one to sell you.
So
I love it when you guys tell me exactly how we make cars, and it's like, that's not how we make cars.
So, actually, there was a story just not that long ago with Hyundai and Kia, where they have been starting them with, what was it? Like a cell phone charger. They can actually just, in certain years, you can stick just like a Type-C connection. Or, an iPhone that plugs in. You can put that in there and start up certain Kias and Hyundais. There was a big story about it in the news.
I'm not saying that if you had the right software from the manufacturer, you couldn't do certain things. But it's not like you just go on and, Google Play Store and get an app and how to steal my Cadillac.com.
Right.
It's not that simple. And even then, you're only limited in what you can do. The owner and the manufacturer have more control than the thief. So if you're running from the cops because you're a criminal, then be warned, especially if you steal my truck.
Suspected, accused, that don't mean shit.
Why would you run if you're not guilty? You only run for one reason. You're guilty.
What if I didn't know his wife, that she was married to a cop? What if I didn't know that and he was just being an asshole? Like, I'm just saying, man, some things you gotta take a stance on.
Man, people look at you and just assume you're guilty. I'm just saying. They're only the people that work at Lowe's, but whatever.
We're going to say hello to Ghost Tactical out in the crowd, and Georgia Trapping and Fishing, 223 DMR, Miss Mystic Guns, Gizzard Gary's out there. So, welcome everyone. It looks like Chris is out in the side chat. He's probably laughing his ass off.
Why would you want the possibility of anybody else having control over something you purchased without your, at that time, consent?
Okay, so why do you have a cell phone?
So I can yell at you.
Yeah, but other people have control over your cell phone.
I mean, you have a contract.
True, but I don't.
They've got certain things, and then you allow permissions, right?
No, I don't have a contract. I don't do contracts. But and well, I'm sure the government can track me. Figure things. I mean, shit, they got my DNA. I worked for them. You know what I mean? It's obviously they know who I am. But other than that, it's not that easy. But no, I mean, I'm not. As far as a vehicle, something like that. I mean, my phone is one thing. I leave my phone at home. I have several phones. But I don't know. My vehicle, I just wouldn't want somebody else having that capability. Personally. And
See-
that's like one of the most American things is the freedom to hop in your car and do what you freely want to do. Within the law, obviously. But you know what I mean? I don't.
But that's a privilege.
That energy regulate. No, that's what they tell you. And you can say that and we can disagree to that. But if I worked for it, if I bought my property, I can do what the hell I want to it. I still pay taxes. I pay sales taxes. I pay taxes on gas. I pay taxes on all types of shit. My registration.
But the ability to drive is a privilege. They can revoke that privilege.
But I don't agree with that.
They can revoke that privilege at any point in time.
Your license doesn't mean you still can't drive. What you do
get
is up
caught
to you.
and you go to jail.
I think what G23 is trying to say is there's not a constitutional amendment saying the government can't take that from you.
Exactly.
True. I just choose to see that differently. That whole aspect. I think it's it's your damn property. You can do what you want with it. So until you harm somebody else. There's.
I don't disagree with that from the standpoint of traditional American values, but what I'm saying is there's a reason they revoked your license. There's a reason they impounded your car. There's a reason you go, yeah, because they're out to get me. Why are they out to get you? What did you do? How many of these people make a video that says the ATF showed up on my front door and they've got a criminal record,
and they're dirty for some reason. I get what you mean, but I get what you're saying, and that hurts the cause on that aspect.
I got denied on my 4473. Well, do you have a PPO? Yeah. Well, that's why you got denied.
I get.
In the end, though, I think you don't need permission to use your TV. You don't need permission to use your tools. You don't need so what the hell do you need permission to use your vehicle because you chose to buy one? To me, I just think that's that's ridiculous. So.
Well, you don't have to buy one.
Right, but you might want to, and maybe you want to travel, transportation, or transport yourself from A to B.
It's about public streets. That's what.
That's what
it's about. So when you agree to accept that permission from the state called a driver's license,
if you initially got one to begin with, but what if you didn't? What if you said in the beginning you don't want to be part of that system? So
then you get caught driving,
and you pay a fine. And you pay a fine. So if you're fine with that, if you bank money, put it aside for that day you get pulled over and you got to go through the bullshit and you're willing to live with that, what's the problem?
So,
you shouldn't have to because you never agreed to their system anyway, and you're still taxed for it. You're still paying for it, whether you want to or not. So why isn't it of your use with your property?
Yes. Ghost Tactical, you have the right to blow up your own toilet, depending on how you want to do it.
I mean, you could do it the natural way, but
I mean, you have the right to drain all the water out of it, put as much gunpowder in there as you can fit, and drop a match in there. Pretty sure your wife is going to whoop your ass.
As far as taking things over, I like the fact that if I don't want you to hack my computer that I'm on right now, all I have to do is unplug it from the internet and you can't do anything. And if I don't want you to hack my truck, there's 3 different things, any one of which I could pull out of there and you can't hack my truck. And if I don't want you to hack my credit card, I just have to put it in a Grip 6 wallet and you can't hack my credit card. There are reasonable precautions that you can take that, just saying. Was there a commercial in there? Did I just plug somebody?
Oh man, you crazy, man. You crazy. You tell me, don't believe this. Don't believe. You think you can actually disable your vehicle? Good
Well,
luck.
I actually know how to fix a modern vehicle, unlike most of you guys who still know how to do carburetors. And there are actual ways that you can keep the vehicle running and disable the remote connection to it. There's multiple points in there, and if you disable any one of those, it's just like your computer. I mean, literally, there's a cord on the back of this computer. If I unplug it right now, I drop everything. I can still edit videos, and I can still write a Word document, and I can do all kinds. But you can't get into the computer. And then, what about the built-in wireless? That's as simple as 3 clicks. And
Don't forget, people. This is coming from the guy that burnt his fish.
yeah, I did burn my fish. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
So you don't have to hack into my stove because I'll do it for you.
he didn't burn it. He was cooking it a Southern blackened style.
You know what? It did, and without a cast iron skillet. When I flipped it over, I'm like, that's blackened salmon. But it might have been the seasoning and the olive oil too. But still, it's the fact that it was edible, but that's about it.
Oh, so you don't like black salmon? Is that what you're saying?
No, blackened salmon is good, but I didn't intend to make it that way, so that means it didn't turn out right. Had I done it right,
it didn't turn out right.
In a seasoned cast iron skillet, man, that blackened salmon would have been awesome. But this is me we're talking about. I mean, I cook salmon like you cook steak, apparently.
Medium well.
I mean, nobody got salmonella, but that's about all I can say. So, but hey, the shells of cheese turned out okay.
Oh God.
Are you reading that out in the chat? Rob is a great mechanic. He has a Chevy.
No, I can't see the chat.
Rob is a great mechanic. He has a Chevy.
Who said that?
Hey, I don't DMR. Hey, why aren't you in Indiana fixing Rick's truck, by the way?
I never got the call. I mean, I think he can't get a better deal than he's got. I mean, his buddy doesn't charge him anything. He just buys parts.
He just stands there and tells him what to do.
Yeah, nonstop screwing with brake lines, bending them up on the fly. I mean, I've got the kit for that and everything, but that's a friendship right there. If that guy's willing to just nonstop do all that shit, I can't give him a better deal than that.
So there's the comment for you there, Rob. It's on the screen.
Yeah, Rob is a great mechanic. He has a Chevy. Yeah, DMR must drive one of them foreign jobs. Thanks, man. We really appreciate you giving your money to the. Some of them foreign cars are made here, though.
My Rogue is made in the United States.
Are the Rogues made there, or are they made in South Korea?
Nope.
Okay. Because I know there's a lot of foreign cars made in Ohio.
Mm-hmm. There's also a lot of them are made in. I think Toyota is in Georgia.
My motorcycle's a Honda, and it was made in Ohio, but it's all Japanese parts. Chris from the 740, there's like 10 more people in the chat now than when I left. What does that say about me?
Actually, there's like 10 less than when he left. Because there was over 20 when he left, and now there's only like 14. So it's been kind of fluctuating.
Travis T says he can make some sort of device that you can plug in any computer or any car. 1996 or newer, and shut. You know what, Travis? Come on over, be my guest.
So
Be my guest. I'm willing to test. We'll do it
Do
live on
Travis.
YouTube.
Do it,
Do
Travis.
it live on YouTube.
No stones if you don't. I got faith in you.
I am telling
believe
you,
it.
I know there are ways to disable my truck. Okay,
Toyota's in Texas. I'm sorry.
but no, Toyota's is in Ann Arbor. That's Michigan. It's a state. Looks like two hands.
I mean, come on, you've heard about all these vehicle companies getting blackmailed, right? Because they're completely shut down and vehicles won't work, and they try to keep it out of the news, but yet 300,000 this model or whatever people can't get into. I mean, this stuff happens quite regularly. It's like the hospitals getting blackmailed in some cases, because of, all this electronic hacking crap, man. Like, I know they make TV shows out of it and all that shit now, but this stuff really does happen. There wasn't too long ago, everybody got locked out of their damn Teslas because of a problem with the app. Supposedly there were some rare cases where pets were in the car, vehicles, they couldn't get the doors open. You try to bust the windows because they saw the fancy glass, turned out to be a big ordeal, blah, 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 blah. Despite, other issues that have happened with that, people burning to death and all types of other shit. But, it's why? I don't need all that shit. I don't even like a damn dash cam with GPS. Maybe I'm speeding, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't care for all that stuff in my vehicles. I'd love there to be manufacturers that came out with like a basic like work model, or whatever, stripped down model that doesn't have to have all this type of shit.
Every manufacturer has exactly what you're saying.
But no, because it's all full
It's
of
called fleet.
30 freaking computers that still control everything.
No, you
like,
can get fleet vehicles.
We
can
want
go right.
old
You can
school.
go right now and go to Ford and order a 2023 fleet vehicle that still has the crank windows where you're actually rolling it up and down, not power windows. It has no stereo, or it has no bells and whistles, and you can
I'm
get a
not
fleet
so much
vehicle.
worried about the stereo bells and whistles. I'm worried about all the electronics, about the little black box that's in every vehicle made nowadays. It has to be in America, the report on you of what happened after an accident, of all this type of stuff. I don't need all that shit.
You might be
I'm
surprised
a
on
free
how many.
American. I don't need a babysitter. I don't need to pay for software I can't touch in my vehicle. Like, it's my vehicle, and I can't even address the software in it. Like, what the hell is this? How do my car might be a freaking spy? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. It could be true. Alex Jones might be onto something. I don't know.
I do talk to my truck from time to time, and she does answer me back. Sometimes I ask her inappropriate questions. She's kind of a dirty girl.
It's actually
The
funnier.
problem.
A lot of your Japanese vehicles or your import vehicles have had those boxes in them since the early 90s.
Anything that doesn't require mine to drive has rusted off and fell out years ago.
You might be surprised at what's in there, especially, the fact that you have that electronic control module to start your vehicle, the ECM, the PCU, those are all in there. And guess what? There was a PCU in a lot of your old cars from late 80s to early 90s that are in there. There's the computer brain that's in there that can record certain things.
Yeah, the way it works is it keeps track of your driving habits in order to augment the vehicle's function to work better for you. And when somebody different drives it, it kind of affects the performance. And if they drive it long enough, it'll change it. And then when you jump in, I'm not saying one drive down the street, but it will actually gets used. It actually gets used to how you drive it. They've had that since the 80s. So if you're the one who drives your vehicle on a regular basis and you don't drive like an asshole, you can actually optimize your fuel economy and longevity of your parts if you know what you're doing and you drive it well, because the computer will adapt to you. It's got storage, but not storage like what you guys are thinking of, like on a computer with like a 2 terabyte hard drive and it's recording.
Yeah, it's not
everything.
back to the cloud.
not-
Well, not
It's, yeah,
now.
it's not backed up to a
everything
cloud.
is,
It's not a black box like on an airplane, which is not even computerized. But yeah, it's not quite like that. Now you can put that on there when your insurance company gets a hold of you and says, if you plug this thing into your USB port, we'll give you 5% off your insurance. That is recording everything you do. And you have had the ability to record it with a handheld device or a laptop. In the past 20 years, a laptop, but prior to that, a handheld device. Yeah, you could actually record what the vehicle was doing in real time, all the inputs and outputs the computer was seeing, speed sensor, barometric pressure, the pulse width of your ejectors, whatever it is. You could get all of that and record it. That's something doable. So it doesn't keep a record of every single thing that's happened with your vehicle from day one. Certain things there are. Like I've got an hour meter on my truck. I never had that crap before, right? And I'm sure that you can dig deep enough in there and you can actually find out how many times it's been started and stopped and stuff like that. But so much of this stuff is just not even relevant. Engineers make the bare minimum. They don't put a Chromebook in your frickin' ECU.
If Rob wasn't so cheap, he'd realize that he could save himself a lot of money by just going and getting a newer vehicle.
crazy, man.
Man, I'm telling
It
you, that would be
costs
something I would
way
love to
more
do.
to maintain.
Come bring a brand new, he needs a Cadillac, like an Escalade, right? Just brand new on a trailer, not even any miles on it. Just show up, push that thing off the back of the trailer right in front of his house, and hopefully his neighbors don't steal it before he makes it out to the driveway, and be like, "Here you go, dude." And he'd be like, "No, man, I don't want that. I don't know. Oh no, man, I can't have that. Then I'd be keeping up with the Joneses."
If you want to get Rob's attention, you're gonna have to show up with like a brand new Honda
Yeah, what's a Honda truck?
Ridgeline.
Ridgeline. Yeah, I
I
get
was
them.
say, do they even make that anymore?
I don't even know. We don't make Honda parts at my plant, so I don't know. And what if I got him a Tundra? Could I get him the 1794 Tundra? That one's the limited edition. Would you take it? I wonder if they got it with a diesel. That way he's got to deal with diesel exhaust fluid. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, Toyotas are right, but you got to go back to like the 90s Tacomas.
No.
You can get one of those, have it stripped down, every nut and bolt gone over, treated, coated, strapped back together, all new bushings. I'll take one of those. And I bet you it outlasts your brand new truck.
That truck's more than 2 years old. It's used now.
It's used the moment you sit your ass in and drive it off to the lot.
When they deliver my rebuilt 90s truck, you can buy a brand new truck, whatever the hell you want. And I still guarantee my 90s rebuilt truck's going to still last longer and be cheaper to maintain.
For the first year, it's new. After that, it's used. The people that sell their vehicle after owning it for 2 years and lose their ass on it, those are the dumbasses that form this myth that you lose your ass driving off the lot. Here's the thing. If you buy it brand new and you drive it for, say, 10 or 12 years before having to sink any serious money into it, and somewhere between 12 and 15 years, you get rid of it. I don't care how you get rid of it. Give it away, sell it, trade it in, whatever, and then you go buy another new one. You're not losing your ass, especially if you get an extended warranty, and especially if you buy the extended warranty on the day you buy the vehicle, because that's the cheapest way to get it. and you buy the extended warranty through the dealership, not through that crap they send you in the mail, because that is a scam, then you're not losing your ass. But if you buy the vehicle and 2 years later, when you don't even have 30,000 miles on it, you trade it in for yes, you're going to lose it every single time. I don't get that. I don't understand the logic behind it. I just don't get it. When you buy that 4-year-old vehicle that looks new and smells new because they cleaned it and they put polish on the tires and everything else like that, they put some armor on the dashboard, and you think, hey, look at me, I didn't pay the depreciation. You just inherited somebody else's problem. That person who had this vehicle repossessed and it went to auction, and then somebody bought it and put the bare minimum in it and made it look good to sell it. I used to work at a shop that did that. I know this. Okay. You just bought a vehicle that somebody drove it like they stole it every single day that they owned it for those 2 years. You buy the used vehicle from the rental fleet? Okay, look, man, it's only got 40,000 miles on it. Yeah, and you know, for those 40,000 miles, everybody rode it like an old whore. They did. Yeah, but go ahead and buy those vehicles. Yeah, because you know that's whatever.
I bought mine used. The thing is the dealership that I bought it at offered the extended warranty. So, and yeah, it's had some problems. Guess what? I've put not a single penny out. Not a single penny of my money has gone to fix that car.
Yeah, you still had problems though. I don't know. I think you're.
Tell me one time you haven't had a problem with any of your vehicles.
I've had a problem, but I've addressed them myself. I mean,
And you paid for it.
Down to the fact where I've lost an engine or transmission and had it working the next day. Like, but yeah, I don't care who you are. You ain't getting that done with your warranty or whatever the hell the situation is, typically. But that's different. I think those people that buy don't want to pay the full sticker price and go ahead and wait till the car is 2-3 years old. If they're smart, if they're privy, if they're mechanical people, can get a good deal, because most of the time it's still covered under warranty. All the extras are already added by the first owner. And yeah, they're going to be wear and tear. Sure, every vehicle's got wear and tear. A brand new vehicle, I wouldn't trust these days. Like I honestly wouldn't. It's 0 miles. I'd be expecting something to break, just because that's the way shit goes. You know, whether it's a newer transmission issue, name me one vehicle out there that doesn't have a handful of recalls on day one. It doesn't exist. So, you know what I mean? New is almost scary, but I think you can do that new use. And if you're one of them people that does understand preventative maintenance, does understand brakes, tie rods, bearings, bushings, all this type of shit, timing belts is a normal vehicle ownership thing, then, you know, it's not that big of an issue. You just got to pick vehicles that you can live with their problems. Everything's got its own flavor, whether it's Subarus and head gaskets or timing belts or, you know, water pumps with this that are internal or this. Everything's got its own little hiccups. But, you know, are you okay with that? Can you live with that? Is it an affordable, easy fix for you? It might be all right. You know, so I think your skill level and stuff has to do with it as well.
See, while you're wasting your day working on your vehicle,
because I paid $3,000 for my vehicle 17 years ago. So a day to be back to work tomorrow is nothing, bro. Like nothing. That's less than a car payment.
Those of us who aren't self-employed, we can't just skip out of work whenever we feel like it. Right. For those of us who aren't self-employed,
hey, I got a contract to meet. I got to be there. That's why it's got to be done.
Apparently not, because if your car breaks down,
that's why it's got to be done, and it gets done.
If my car breaks down, right, my car goes to the shop. I get a loaner vehicle while my car's in the shop, and I'm still doing my stuff while you're sitting in the driveway working on your truck.
Yeah, but I'm a man for doing so.
Or you're losing money not being a man taking care of your
responsibility. No, I'm not. I saved money because I didn't spend $17,000 or all this in the beginning anyway. Yeah, that's the whole kicker of it. That's what I was stating
The
earlier.
only thing you're
You
gonna
know,
buy
I
for
spent
17
chump change
grand.
in the beginning. I spend chump change all the way through. I put in my own labor, but I would anyway. Like I fix shit when it ain't broke because I don't want it to be broke. I want to be able to jump out, hop my car, and drive to California if I have to tonight. Yeah, we have friends with new cars that would rather ride with us because their dealership covered cars keep having goddamn problems, and my
Well,
old
they
piece
could
of this
buy
shit
an
will get you
Honda.
there every time.
Just saying,
You know,
$17,000.
just because it's new
brand
and
new, all you
shiny
get is
don't
a
mean it's
Civic.
dependable.
Yeah. Hi, Chris. How the hell are you?
Welcome back.
Back.
So now that you're in, are we going to lose 10 viewers?
We might. He got out early tonight. I was surprised. He got out right at 9 o'clock when they let him out.
So there's a new name out in the crowd. Welcome, David Walcott.
What's going on, David? Yeah, I've never seen that name.
I can fix my own car. There's a difference. I know how to fix it. But here's the point. I don't have to.
Yeah.
It's
me
under
neither.
warranty. So
Yep.
I can make somebody else fix it.
Yep. Frees up my time. And you might go, well, you spend all your time working to pay for that car. No, I spend all my time working to pay for that car and about 100 other things. I go to work 5 or 6 days a week, 8 to 12 hours a day. There's a lot of other people that do that too. I'm not saying everybody has to do that. If you work on the days you want to, I suppose you're living the American dream. But when you're working on the days you want to, and then you're saying, well, I can't afford this and I can't afford that, what's the difference? One person wants one lifestyle, one person wants another. I didn't have this when I was 20 or even 30. I got this way because I'm fucking 50. I'm too old to be out there doing this crap. It doesn't mean I can't still run. It doesn't mean I can't still climb. It doesn't mean I can't still change a tire. It doesn't mean I don't know how to pull all the injectors out of the truck and replace them and all that other stuff. But I'm older now. I don't want to do that stuff. I want to spend my weekends on live shows with you assholes.
I want to spend my weekends doing what I want to do. I don't want to spend my weekends laying on the ground underneath a vehicle, hoping and praying that it's going to be all done. You know,
Dude, how many shows have I missed working on my vehicle? Both my vehicles are probably older than your damn kids, either one of them. It's not that. It's not like that.
I'll
Like
bet
if
you.
you
I'll bet you
don't
that-
buy shit because it's pretty, you know what I mean. If you worry about dependable shit or whatever, you buy something for function. You're not working on it every weekend. I mean, give me a break, man.
When it's 17 years old, you are.
No, dude. Like, am I working on it now? No. Did I work on it last weekend? The weekend before? No. Like, you guys act like it's like a regular headache. Like, no. Like, you'll forget about shit because it don't break. Like, because it's simple. It's so simple. It's what do you call it? You know, it's too freaking easy. Like, you don't have these problems all this time. You don't have TPI sensors. You don't have freaking, activated
that's
mirrors and all this bullshit. You don't have all this shit to have a problem with. It ain't a problem. Like,
that stuff
yeah.
is not hard to work on. When I walked into work
Yeah, but
on
you're
Friday,
missing the point. Like, it's not there to be a problem. So here I am screwing around with you guys, bullshitting every weekend with vehicles that are like, 50 years old combined. So what's your excuse? It don't work. Like, what you guys are saying just don't add up.
I have 0 kids, so I guarantee you, your point.
Yeah, I know you got me on the kid thing. But I'm just saying,
Exactly.
Only crank out a
it
few
don't make
brats.
sense.
It'll
You're not
change your
working
life,
on shit
man.
every weekend.
It'll change your life. It will.
Once in a while, you got to screw with something or this or that, or you just do it because you don't want to take chances. Because it's been 3 years since you replaced tie rods. You just, it's who of you just to replace them now before you go take
I
a
like it when
700
General
mile trip.
Motors. I like it when General Motors replaces my tie rods for free at 95,000 miles, and then before I hit 200,000 miles, I unload that piece of shit and go get a new one. And I've never touched them, but I know how to do tie rods. I do,
Yeah.
because I've done them before, and I don't want to do them no more. Now, when I was 35, it wasn't an issue. 25, it wasn't an issue. Once I started getting in my mid 40s, now all of a sudden I don't even want to rotate tires. Now I know better than to go to a shop where they try to sell me a Canuten valve or an automatic flip-flop override device. When they're out there saying, well, this, that, and the other, and I'm pointing out what it is, and I'm naming what the names are and telling what the tools, and I've got Snap-on and Mac tools and use the same dealer and everything else, they kind of give me respect. I've had shops that have quoted people I know scams. I've looked at the quote going, I do my business here, and I tell you, I can go out the driveway right now and tell your vehicle don't need this. They don't pull that bullshit on me because I know. Matter of fact, I was at the transmission shop one day and the guy said, can you get my son a job where you work? I mean, it just depends on where you're at or what you know, okay? Doesn't mean I know everything about vehicles and I've got a master cert, but it means I know enough. And at this point in my life, I just soon, now don't get me wrong, I don't pay somebody to change my oil, right? I know better than take it to an oil change shop. But now I've got a vehicle that's even easier to change oil on than my last one. So it's a matter of perspective. For some people, they don't know any better and they don't care. And other people, they like fixing cars. Some people actually get enjoyment out of the first 2 hours on Friday. I come into work, I clocked in, and they're immediately up my ass. I spent the first 2 hours fixing a fucking robot. Do you think I want to go home and work on my truck after working on that robot? No. No. I got the robot running. Oh, that's right. My truck just starts and it goes. And when it gets to the point where I'm sinking a truck payment into it every month, buying parts to fix it, let alone paying somebody else to fix it or paying the tow bill to get it back to the house to put it in the driveway where I can fix it, it's time for that piece of shit to go and time for it to get a new one.
I've never gotten to that point with my truck.
You've never bought a $2,800 fuel pump.
No, I get that because my truck's fuel pumps are $65.
Yeah, because you have a truck that won't do shit. I had 3 fuel pumps on my last truck. The combined cost of all 3 fuel pumps was almost $6,000.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
That truck will rip your house out of the ground and drag it to Pennsylvania.
But I'm not ripping houses out of the ground. I'm bringing some tools
but
and wood
it's
to
nice
work.
to be the biggest dog in the room.
That's that complex bullshit. I don't need to pay extra for that.
I got stuck in that truck in 4-wheel drive and I got out in 2. That thing, and the guy I sold it to, he's like, holy shit, this truck's got, it's no fucks given. He actually lost 3 gears in the transmission after I sold it to him. He only had 3 forward gears in the transmission and reverse. And he said this thing pulled out an excursion with a loaded horse trailer that was stuck in a muddy ditch in 2-wheel drive with only 3 gears. I go, yeah, because that truck is bad as shit. That's why you have to spend $6,000 for 3 fuel pumps.
Yeah, it just doesn't fit my needs. Yeah, so my little 305.
I'm just saying that if a customer ever said, "Can you rip this tree stump out?" Not with your truck. Okay,
I
but
ripped
that truck,
tree
it
stumps
pulled the tree stump out and pulled the house with it.
But,
you know,
yeah,
but there was a price to pay. The tires were expensive. The brakes were expensive. The fuel system was expensive. There was a computer to control the computer underneath the dashboard. The thing had 3 computers, and 2 of them, one was bolted to the other, and the other one was remote. There was one for the engine, and then there was one computer to control the other computer. The other computer controlled everything else in the, the power seats and the turn signals. I'm like, the computer controls the turn. That was crazy stupid. Okay, I will admit that's over engineering. It really is. A computer to control the air conditioning stuff. It is, but it took 16 years for one computer to go bad, and then a week later the other one went bad. So it was a lot of money to fix, but 16 years, that's awesome. 16 years before it failed, that's not bad.
So I want to say hello to Full Time Dream. These guys have a great channel out there, and it's I came across them over on Georgia Trapping and Fishing. So Guns and Water was saying something about Crocs, and I've said it many a times. In my opinion, I think Crocs are gay. You will never, ever, ever catch me wearing a pair of Crocs. Now, I'll go and spend $160 on a pair of Birks. That's a whole different ball game.
Oh, and that's not gay?
No.
I have to ask a question. I don't know what Birks are.
Birkenstocks?
What?
You don't want to know, Squib.
They're sandals.
Are they like
I would
Lunas?
call Crocs more manly than Bergs. I'm sorry.
Am I just really old?
Birks have been around since like the 60s.
It's like the Jesus sandals, where
They've
after
been
you wear
around
them for
since
5
Jesus.
minutes, your feet are black as shit, even
Do
though
I
you
need to
just got
Google
out of the
this?
shower.
I have never had black feet walking out of a pair of Birks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
And yes, Squib, go ahead. Google Birkenstock.
It's not even spelled like it sounds. What the fuck?
BIR.
Some CZ latte shit, man.
They're just sandals.
No, they're
This one's got
Birkenstocks.
Velcro. This one's purple. Outcast would like that. This
He
one's
wants the
kind of
hot
green.
pink. He wants the hot pink plastic
Oh
ones.
shit! There are hot pink ones with buckles.
Look at the hot pink ones.
Oh,
with
that's
fur.
even hotter, and that one's got Velcro. Ooh,
They got
yellow.
ones that- They got ones
Dude.
with fur too.
I'm looking. Oh wait, load more. Wait, it says load more. 24 of 188. What the fuck? $140?
Gizzard Gary just had a heart attack. Now he's not going to have a show tomorrow.
Slip-ons. What the? Where have I been? What?
Under a rock?
This one, it looks like something you buy at the dollar store. It's yellow. I've never heard of these before. Oh, Outcast. Oh, this one's floral. Outcast, you have to get. These are all ladies.
They got guys.
I'm in the women's section. Let me go to men's. Okay, that would explain where the pink's coming from. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, what the? Okay, all right. These are a little bit more manly. They're kind of neutral colors. All right, here. All right. Oh, here's one for Outcast. Yeah, this one's yeah. Here you go, dude. This one's like made out of all rubber. It looks like it's made out of a retread from a tire. What? These are just sandals, man.
I've never heard of Keens. Defense Dad said
Keens are
better.
shoes. Keens are shoes.
They don't make sandals?
No.
I bet they do.
And Birkenstock makes shoes. They make boots.
Like boots to work in?
Yes.
Yeah, Keens have sandals too.
So
Hey, man, I wasn't trying to push Outcast out of the.
No,
Yeah.
he's switching phones.
Oh, all right. I mean, I just was just saying that I've never heard of this stuff before. Look at it. I mean, it looks like any sort of sandal you buy. Okay, yeah, it's not spelled like it sounds, and it looks like any sort of sandals you'd buy anywhere. So why wouldn't you just go to JCPenney and buy this shit?
you can buy them at JCPenney. They're like $150.
Okay, I'm really feeling old. I am really feeling because I've never heard of this crap. Look at this. It looked like Doc Martens right there.
I'm telling you, they have.
The only reason I've heard of Birkenstocks because my wife, she loves them.
You can get. Yeah, they have wannabe Crocs. If you want to be, you can get that.
Spend a lot of money to be gay.
Okay, so I
They
get
got
why
regular shoes.
I get why people wear Crocs. I don't, but all right. What's your position on water shoes?
Like water socks.
No, water shoes.
It wasn't like water socks were like the original. You used to. I mean, that was like back in the 80s.
I don't know what water socks are. Man, I'm just feeling old.
Google search water socks.
I'm still looking at this Birkenstock shit. Water face socks. Ah, you're killing me here, dude. What the fuck?
It's gonna be education of.
These things are. They look like spandex.
That's what they were back in the day. You
I'm
wore them
talking
in
about
water.
actually. No, these are shoes designed for walking in the water.
Hey, David out there's got a good question if you guys want to answer it.
What is the oldest firearm have you guys have?
Does he mean which one of you had the longest, or which one was manufactured?
Manufacturers, what he.
What I mean is when they were manufactured.
All right, I'm game. You guys want to compare dick sizes with this one, or what?
Well, I already know you got us all beat, but
I was gonna say, I think the oldest one is a black powder rifle that I have, which was in the mid 60s.
Chris?
I don't think, honestly, I don't think I have a gun that's over 20 years old. I think my Remington 597, which is just 22 semi-auto that I have, I think it's the oldest one I have. My AK would probably be close, but I mean, I love old guns and everything. It's just never been something that I was into like collecting or buying. But yeah, I don't really have anything old. Everything I've got is fairly newer.
1887. Hey, my wife loves me. She bought me that for my birthday one year. If you ain't got an old lady that's 2A, then you're going to miss out. But you get one that's 2A, and they'll buy you all kinds of stuff.
Are you talking about something like this that has like these little rubber things on?
I mean, kind of, but more like...
Or are you talking about something more like this?
Yeah, like that. It's breathable, but it's flexible. It's kind of mesh, synthetic.
Like these, like water socks were the original.
Yeah, but that looked like spandex.
Well, back in the 80s when they first came out, that's probably what they were. They had a rubber sole and then like spandex breathing material that went over, so you could walk on rocks and stuff like that without,
I'm
in the
from
water.
The 80s, and I don't remember that crap.
I was a kid in the 80s, and yeah, we had water socks.
You don't sound like a kid, or you don't sound like you were a kid in the 80s, G23. You sound like you're a kid right now.
I was born 1980.
Oh yeah, okay. You're a lot younger than me. Okay. See, when you say kid in the 80s, I'm thinking, oh, he was 15.
No, I was a kid. I was literally a kid in the 80s.
Like you don't remember watching a Challenger blow up on TV.
That was 85?
86. February 28th? 12th? Somewhere in there. Somewhere.
Yes, I remember that. I mean, I was still old enough, I was like 5.
I think we watched it in class. See, 86. I'd have been 12.
That was
I
a
remember
Tuesday.
seeing it in school.
That was a Tuesday because we had that Monday and Tuesday off school, so I watched it at home. But everybody I talked to was in class that day because they were in a different state or whatever. And yeah, I bet it was more shocking in class than it was sitting in your living room with a bowl of cornflakes going, what the fuck?
I was poor. I didn't have cornflakes.
Would you buy the store brand?
I had malto meal.
Ah.
I was poor.
Poe?
I was po.
We had name brand stuff until we moved to the big city where they had a store called Food for Less. And then my mom discovered generic brand.
To this day, I still prefer like the malto meal brand cereal over your box brand cereals.
Yeah, some of that stuff isn't bad.
Except for Raisin Bran. You have to go with the actual true Raisin Bran.
All right, so I watched one of those. It was back in the 80s, I think. Is one of those shows where they did the consumer stuff, and the guy took a generic store brand Raisin Bran and Kellogg's Raisin Bran, or it was Post. It was Post or Kellogg's, one of them, and then a generic, and actually counted the number of raisins in the same size box, and the name brand stuff had more raisins in it.
I think it's just the flavor, and it could be psychological.
Some generic stuff works just fine, and I've been going back and forth the comment section with is it Sergeant Joe Smith there about Gain and Dawn being made in the same factory. That's true, but even if something's made in the same factory, it might use the same chemicals or whatnot, but one is more diluted than the other or something like that. I mean, sometimes they just simply change the color and the label and it's the exact same crap, generic or otherwise. And then other times there's some specification. Like people used to tell me all the time that Sears owned the Craftsman factory. It's like, there's no Craftsman factory. They send a contract out to tool manufacturers and they make it to a specification. Your Craftsman screwdriver that you buy today is made here. 20 years ago, it was made there. 40 years ago, it was made here. And it's whoever gets the lowest bid. So I'm willing to bet there's probably a company out there that just makes cereal for whoever, and they just put that store brand name on there. So you're or even Kellogg's, right? They could make Kroger brand Raisin Bran right next to Kellogg's Raisin Bran, right?
It's like, so I used to work for a company called Crunch Pack who does sliced apples. And if you go into stores and you see the ones that are shaped like Mickey Mouse and they're called Foodles, well, that's all done through them. You go to Walmart and you get the market side trays that have the big caramel dip in the middle, and you've got your sweet apples, your red apples, and you've got your Granny Smiths in there. You've got cheese, you got pepper jack cheese, you've got cheddar cheese, and some of them have little meat bites that come in there. Depending upon, that's all done by them, and it's all the same product. It just depends on what label they're putting on there. If they're putting on the market side brand or if they're going to put on their own brand, it's depending upon who's paying the contract. And the only real difference was with the market side, guess what? Walmart provided the trays. So it was one less expense that the company had to pay because the trays were being provided. The film was being provided. So all they really had was the labor of people packing the trays.
Whoa, how'd this get off the gay sandals?
You showed up and we already have one gay thing on the panel.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
without you, we really can't quantify pink sandals.
Was that deflection? There's manly sandals out there, right? Like ones with like tread on them for hiking and all that type of stuff. I'm just pointing that out there, and they're not even $160.
My
They're like
Birkenstocks have an outdoor sandal. It's got the rubber tread on there. They're really nice. Yeah, they're designed for being out hiking in.
Bullshit.
I'll bet you $160.
That's the cost of the sandal or the water sock.
The sandals.
Crazy, man.
So I was hiking in the Badlands, and there was a guy coming down the trails. I'm coming up, and he's got on sandals. And I go, dude, you're going to lose footing down there. That's the loosest spot here so far on the trail. He goes, no, these are Luna sandals. I go, they're what? He goes, look them up. Luna sandals. They're designed for hiking. I looked them up and I'm going, okay, they're sandals. I mean, but they did have an American made pair. So I thought about buying them just because they were American made, because I like sandals, but not all of them. They just had one product line that was made here. And I like to buy domestic stuff whenever possible or whenever reasonable or whatever you want to call it. And but yeah, I'd never heard of sandals designed specifically for hiking. He wasn't even worried about going over some of this loose stuff on a steep incline with these sandals.
Yeah, I wear my sandals out hiking. I wear them.
Dude, you don't hike. Don't lie to us now.
Yeah, I mean,
we're your friends, but don't lie to us.
Yeah, but neither do you, Outcast. So, I mean, you're even.
Oh.
The Outdoor Collection, Off-Road Edition.
Are any of them made in America?
No,
Shit.
these are all like German. And that's the pair that I have right there.
It matches his AK.
Well, it does say Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Finally, a picture. Dude, they're fucking JCPenney sandals. They're $160 made in Germany. JCPenney Outcast. This is where you got to throw in that Honda bullshit.
Hey man, I've been on him on this forever, but it's a touchy subject. I can tell those sandals mean a lot to him.
His Honda wouldn't compare to a Ferrari, so. Just saying. Here. What's the matter, Rob? You realize you lost out on that?
Well, it depends what you mean compare. I mean, if you want money to go out and have fun, I guess you're right. It wouldn't compare. If you want to get a vehicle service in your driveway, sure wouldn't compare. If you want to be able to rebuild your car with a bicycle tool set, it certainly wouldn't compare.
Wow, that says a lot about engineering.
See that? That's heaven in the workings right there.
It's Jello pudding. What do you think? You're Bill fucking
No.
Cosby?
No, that is not Jello.
Where'd you get that pizza from earlier?
Place called Michelangelo. I normally
Like
don't
the
divulge
turtle?
that information, but I'll put it out there.
It sure look good.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, Outcast will bring it to your house tomorrow.
Oh, Rob. Did you
Only-
see Bald's post on his community tab?
No, I'm here with you.
This was like a couple days ago, or maybe it was earlier today, something like that.
No, I seen that you tagged me in something about a salad, so which was
Yeah.
great. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm proud.
Ye-
It's baby steps. I'm getting them there.
I don't think he's going to trade his BMW for a Honda.
Well, maybe after the divorce.
Why are you going to divorce him?
Not me, but yeah, I'm just saying. He might see the value in a reliable, cheap car. Yeah, when he's paying for the next guy's BMW.
BMWs look sharp, but
No baked cookies.
they're expensive to fix. Then again, if somebody
Again.
worked hard and earned the money and they don't care, well, then fix it.
Again, with this extended service warranty from the manufacturer, you don't. As soon as the warranty runs out, you trade the car in and get another one.
That is true, but I will tell you this: with a European car, if there's a recall or if there's a warranty issue, you might be waiting months or a year for parts. Maybe not so much with a Japanese car or Korean car, and definitely not with an American car. There are a few downsides to the European cars. People are like, they never break, but when they break bad.
And they're expensive as hell.
Yes. So it's
I
6
had
of one, half a dozen another. You might have a European car that for the time you own it, it never breaks. But then the next guy who buys it used, that damn thing costs him more than what the car's worth.
I had a coworker who his mommy bought him a BMW 320. I think it was a 320i or something. I don't remember the exact 330i, something like that.
Convertible?
No, and yeah, that car was fun as hell to drive and everything, but then it broke, and Yeah, luckily he had a warranty, but I saw what the price tag was of what the shop billed, and oh my god, it's like, dude, yeah, because at that time I was like, Rob, okay, I'll buy me a $600 car and I'll fix that, you know. But when his repair bill was like $6,500, I was like, you know how many cars I could have bought and destroyed for $6,500? You know?
Not very many.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's one thing people got to think of when they go car shopping. That's why you don't just buy what's pretty or this or that. You got to look at the whole picture. So,
Oh, I buy
got
the
a
prettiest.
friend that bitches about
Yeah.
getting his brakes done on a BMW. So,
I buy the prettiest and the shiniest, and the one that has the tinted out windows, you know. And then when it breaks, I go get another one.
Yeah, I was looking at getting a deuce and a half, and it was like over $1,000 a year to register the damn thing. It's like on top of all the other things, you buy the thing dirt cheap at the auction, but then parts are a pain. It gets like 3 miles to a gallon. You can run it off of Crisco if you want, but it's got 3 filters instead of 1, and at top speed 45 miles an hour, and it's like, man, I don't know. And then I found out about the tire wear and how uneven that is, but then I found other things you could do to mitigate that. Like you can change one of the rear end gears there and get more economy. You can put different tires on there and get more life out of it and stuff like that. But in the end, I just said, nah, it ain't worth it. As much fun as it would be to have a big toy like that, nah, it just ain't practical. Of course, it's nice when you have the room to have a daily driver and a toy.
Yeah. I've got my Rogue, which
That's a grocery getter. So what's your toy?
I have a Pathfinder. That thing is fun to go play in the hills with.
That's another grocery getter.
No,
People deliver copy paper in a Pathfinder. Oh, jeez. Like you don't have a Corvette or something? Or?
No.
Oh.
No.
But I mean, you can afford those expensive ass Glocks.
I can afford a $160 pair of sandals too.
Yeah, that's true. So where's the Corvette? I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't call it expensive ass Glock because I priced M&P in 10 millimeter and a Glock in 10 millimeter, and the Glock was $100 cheaper. And we're going, oh man.
Yep.
you see the way you said it. Those sandals are like some status thing. It's a cool point for it. You've got
I don't
to
know.
put
I
the
mean,
sandals.
Depends. Like if they're really comfortable,
Oh, they're
right?
comfortable as hell. They got,
I mean, like I'm on my feet all day at a factory and I'm climbing on ladders, climbing on top of machines and doing all kinds of stuff. And I've got to actually, kind of crouch down and kneel and be able to flex and crawl underneath machines, crawl inside of machines, crawl inside of machines that could crush me and kill me. And I actually need as much flexibility as possible. And the boots I got are the most flexible steel-toe desert boots I've ever owned. But because they flex, I put that wear right in that spot. You think they'd engineer it a little bit better where it's got more give than, say, your standard desert boot. And because of that, that's where they've worn out historically. But they're so comfortable. I mean, they really don't. My feet don't hurt at the end of the night like they have with other boots that are good quality boots, great boots for hiking and hunting and even standing on your feet. But I had to make a trade-off. Do I want American-made boots that are really comfortable but only last me about a year? Or do I want to get boots that last longer but I have sore feet? Or, I could buy cheap boots and I guess go through a pair of boots every 90 days. I don't know. Looks like he's making maybe cookies.
I think he's trying to make no-bakes.
What are no-bakes?
No-bake cookies?
What the fuck are no-bake cookies?
Oh my god!
My God!
Freaking cookie snob son of a bitch. How do you not
Look,
know what
man,
no bakes
was
are?
that you doing that, or was that?
Yes, yes. What are you
Okay.
prejudiced against these cookies too?
No, what I'm
what's your
saying is
problem?
I got a woman to cook for me. So if Mitch Fitzdarling was doing that, I could see. But I don't. You see what I did with my fish today? Okay, there's a reason I have a woman cooking for me.
Hey,
I don't wanna
this is a team organization over here. Okay.
For all we know, that you've got like raw cookie dough in there with salmonella or something.
Oh
No,
no.
all that no bake is you melt down chocolate and then you add like oats to it, or you can add graham cracker in there and stuff.
Ooh, I've never had it with graham cracker. Now that would be
And then
pretty good.
and then you take and you kind of let it sit in the dish so it kind of starts to
Oh,
cool.
you let it sit, you're screwed, man.
Well, you don't want it to still be super runny, so you got to let it
Nah,
sit for a couple
that's
minutes.
the time. That's your seed. Lots of people
I-
screw this up. I've screwed this up. The trick is you got to use real butter, not that margarine shit.
Ew.
And you actually start your boil time from the time that it's simmering throughout the whole pan, not just the edge. So if you don't let it actually cook long enough, then they end up all soupy and shit like that. So, but you
might
can
not-
overdo it too, where it'll just crumble apart. So, but once it's done, then you start dishing it out. Don't wait, because the longer you wait, like it sets up, you're done. You know, it's like plaster or something. Once you only got a small workable time frame.
You might not notice a taste between butter and margarine, but you will notice it when you use it to cook. I know that much about cooking, even though I'm probably liable to set either one of those things on fire. Maybe I should text my wife and say, what the f is no-bake cookies?
How about just Google no bake cookies, and I
That'll
guarantee
be the third thing I Googled tonight.
Whoa. She's never gotten you no bake cookies. Like I
If
thought,
she has, I
you
don't
married
ask.
this girl.
I don't
Like,
ask. Look, it tastes good and it ain't killed me yet. So you know what? She must be doing something right. That, and if she's in this house, I'm not allowed in the kitchen. How many times have you been told, get the hell out of my kitchen? I get told that on a daily basis, apparently. It's just not a good idea if I cook something. I should try chicken fried steak, though. That would make a great YouTube video. If I
There you
bounce it
go.
on the floor. What?
You can do
Okay,
it.
that is
You
a
can do
brownie.
it with you can do it with peanut butter.
Those are Rice Krispie treats.
You can do it with peanut butter, and it's just
chunky peanut butter.
They're life-changing, Squib.
you can do it with
Okay.
That's
chocolate.
probably my favorite cookie right
Chocolate.
there.
That one you
But
can
it's
clearly.
not really a cookie. It doesn't even look solid.
It is solid.
Man.
And then this one has oat in it. You can
Well, at
see
least
the
that's
oat.
healthy. At least that's healthy.
That one's
Special dark cocoa. That's what I like to use.
Yeah, that's what you
This
call
one-
yourself.
This one here has marshmallows in it, which is disgusting.
Well, now wait a minute. Is it because they're colored marshmallows? Because if
No, it's just
you think
because
about-
it's marshmallows.
Okay,
I hate
because like
marshmallows.
certain food tastes the same, but if you put dye in it and it looks like it's green or something, it looks, looks like it's not going to taste like marshmallows are in Rice Krispie treats. That tastes good.
I don't know, man. I don't like those ones that are like taste
The
like
miniature
you're
ones that
biting
are
in the
like
hard
different colors.
foam or plaster or something. Like you're gonna bust your tooth on them. Like the Lucky Charms
Yeah, I was
marshmallows.
gonna say the
I'm not
Lucky
a fan.
Charms marshmallows. Yeah,
Not a fan.
So you can do.
those are brownies. Look,
Now they're
there's
going to all
waffles,
different
graham
ones.
crackers.
I don't say now it's just showing up, but
Is
they
this
have
like
no
Nutri
bake.
System or something or what?
No, they got like
Is this
no
health
bake
food?
cookies. No, this is like no bake right there. It's no bake cookies using graham crackers instead of using oats.
Water socks and no bake cookies. I'm so fucking lost.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Rob,
wouldn't do
Rob.
the whole graham cracker thing. I'd stick to the main recipe, especially if you're trying it for the first time.
So, Rob,
You gotta
Or-
have a baseline to go from.
Rob or
Oh, okay.
Chris, have either one of you guys ever heard of water socks? You remember them from like the late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah.
No. I've heard of water shoes.
See,
Which
see,
is like,
finally, Outcast and I agree on something.
Yeah, they were like those, I don't know, freaking look like the cheap snow boot liners or some shit people would put on their feet. Like spandex or something, or foam or something weird. I don't know. I wouldn't wear that shit. I mean, what are you, crazy? But
Now, there was
I've heard of that.
So there was different ones, but like the ones you're talking about were, oh god, we're gonna have to go do this all over again.
Okay, they're on a pan. Are you putting them in an oven?
No, that's why there are no bakes.
Then how do they solidify?
You put them in the refrigerator.
Once they cool, they're done. You don't even have to put it in the refrigerator.
Well,
You
you
just
should.
gotta let them get to room
Put it
temperature.
in the
and they're good to go.
refrigerator. Oh,
See, this is like that gay stuff that Rob, he wants it to go all the way up his fucking calf and stuff. You know,
What?
no, he's
This-
more of an ankle sock guy. I'm kind of the up the calf guy.
Dude, like, you both. Son of a bitch.
Not like stocking, but I don't wear girl socks either. Okay, I wear boot socks. Yeah, if you're a dude and you wear ankle socks, well, you know.
No. If you're a dude and you're wearing shorts with, thigh-high socks or whatever the hell you want to call them,
that
tube
picture is
socks,
out there. That picture's out there. I don't want to
That's-
talk about it.
that's issues, okay? That's issues. I'm sorry, but no.
We don't talk
Your
about
socks
that.
should fit your attire. If you're wearing, what's the point of wearing shorts if you're going to have socks up to your knees?
If you're
It don't
wearing
make no damn sense.
Ventilation.
if you're wearing sandals, you don't wear socks. Period.
Right, unless you're Yankee Marshall. But if you're wearing steel-toed boots, 10-inch steel-toed boots, and you've got on boot socks, and you happen to,
Yeah, that's where you go with the mid socks, mid or high.
yeah.
Like there should be 3 layers of socks in your drawer. I mean, you got the smalls, you got the mids, and then you
there
got
ain't
the
no, there ain't
large.
no smalls because those are for girls and children.
So like I wear the crew cut are probably the smallest ones that I'm going to wear, which still, go right above your ankle. They're not ankle socks that go down and hug your ankle and
So
no,
what's wrong with ankle socks though? I'm just
they're
asking.
gay.
How does that
They're-
make it? Are you
they're
serious?
They're
I
feminine.
probably got
They're-
more pussy. Oh, Jesus.
I'll leave it alone. Hey, out there in the comments, somebody's saying that 10 millimeter it kicks harder than 44. It doesn't kick hard. See, I was shooting 29, 44 Magnum, 200, 300 rounds a week. Before I picked up the 10 millimeter, the recoil was less than an 8-inch 44 Mag. I've shot a compact Glock 10 millimeter, and I've shot an 8-inch 44 Magnum Super Red Hawk, and neither one of them have any recoil, so I don't know what the issue is on that.
I think it was David. He's wanting to buy a 10
Oh,
millimeter.
he was
He
talking
just
about muzzle
asking
flip.
about the recoil.
He says,
Yeah, 10
muzzle
millimeter
flip.
doesn't kick.
So the Glock now the Glock 29 is that the 5-inch version or the? I can't ever keep their numbers straight. I've got the Glock 40. Mine's got the 6-inch slide on it. Which one's the 29?
So the 29 is probably like a micro, because the 26 is a micro.
Right, because the Glock 20 is the the standard size 10, right? And then the 40 that I got is a 6-inch barrel one.
So a snub nose 44, especially like a really strong load, would probably snap more, but I just don't, in my opinion, 44 and 44 Magnum and 10 millimeter auto, neither one of them are really like these heavy recoil. I've had people pick up a full size 1911 and shoot it and say, oh, that gun is too big, it's too heavy, and it kicks too hard. And I'm like, seriously, But then you give me like a subcompact in like a 9mm Makarov, and I think that's snappy, even though it's a small round.
All right, the Glock 29 is the short frame.
Yeah.
I shot the 29 and the 29L. Those are only 10mm I shot, and I didn't think either one of them had any recoil. I mean, it's the same as a 45 AARP, and I don't consider that having recoil. I just don't.
So again, with the 10mm, most of your 10 mils are not loaded to pressure, unless you're like using
Like Underwood or something.
Underwood or Buffalo Bore. Some of your
So 10mm people are posers.
Right now, you go and you
They're
buy.
just fronting.
If you're buying factory produced 10mm ammo, you're paying for a 40 Smith & Wesson with a larger case.
Are you saying like a 40
they're just fronting, trying to make it look bigger.
40 Smith & Wesson plus P?
Yes.
Okay. So if I start shooting 10mm, I need to load it as hot as possible just to prove that it's not that bad.
I've shot the like Buffalo Bore and Underwood 10 mil, and yeah, it's got more recoil than a 40, but not by, it's not unmanageable, and it's not, like really horrible.
Okay, so he's saying something about you won't have fast follow-up shots with the 10mm. I would think that the 44 Magnum, with the exception of the Desert Eagle, you're not going to have as fast of a follow-up shot. Even though there are revolvers chambered in 10mm auto, for the most part, 10mm auto is a semi-auto pistol. So you're going to have a faster follow-up shot in general. I'm not talking about like at Chris's speed, because he's faster than all of us. But I'm talking about in general, a follow-up shot, you're going to get a faster one with a semi-auto. But the thing is, 10mm or 44, either one of them is going to put you down. I would think, though, that the 44 Magnum would put you down harder than a 10mm. And that's saying something, because the 10mm is supposed to hit pretty hard.
Now, everyone talks about how 40 is a dead caliber and crap like this, and how there's no real place for 40 to be. If you actually... A guy in, I think Steamboat Springs, Colorado, took out a black bear with his 40 cal. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, if you got that lucky shot. What were you about to say, Chris?
Oh, I was telling David, I put a link to LW Rhodes channel out there. He does a lot of extensive 10mm testing. He's got about every 10mm handgun there is, and he does a lot of ammo tests. But it looks like David's in Alaska too, and that's where LW is from.
Yeah, that seems to be a popular 44 Magnum and 10mm are both popular in Alaska, because they have to consider the fact that they could be stranded on the side of the road in the dark, in the cold, and nobody else is around, and some critter comes out of the woods. I mean, that's a heck of a way to live, but hey, why not?
So, if I was in Alaska, yeah, I would definitely either have a 10 mil or a 44 mag. Because, so like down here in the 48 states, you got black bear, you got brown bear. Up there, yeah, you've got black bear, brown bear, you've got grizzlies.
If you go far enough, you got polar bears.
You got polar bear, you've got Kodiaks, those, and even hitting a Kodiak with a 10 mil or a 44 may not stop them, and they'll come kill your ass. So, yeah.
But if you were in good shape, you would outrun the person that's in worse shape, and it wouldn't even be a problem. You can save that ammo.
All you have to do is just trip you and they'll give them a nice little snack so you can get away.
You can pop your friend in the leg with a 22 or even a pointy stick if it comes down to it.
Exactly. I don't have to be faster than anybody else. All I got to do is make sure that I, watch you fall down.
And that's exactly why when some of you guys ask me to go hunting, I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, and also it's always at the end of the year, and yeah, you think I don't know, but I understand that whole "it's brown, it's down" thing. Nice try.
Look,
Oh,
man,
that's so wrong.
hunting season they
Go
require you
clutch him
to wear,
out my ass. I know what's going on.
hunting season they require you to wear orange, not white.
We got another Alaska guy out there in the chat. Old Orange Nine's here.
Those guys have to actually consider wildlife attacking them. I mean, that's, you know, how some people are trying to figure out what's the best caliber, or what do I want for this or that, or bugging out or whatever. When you have to add like a little like sidebar on there, wild game or like, you know, I don't know, grizzly bear attack. That's something.
I'd be more worried about that moose attacking you than a damn bear attacking you.
You see that Alaska State Troopers where the guy had to go get the 12 gauge out of the back of his squad car to put down a moose, and they had to move the cameras away or whatnot. But there was one where the moose he got hit by a car, so he wasn't going anywhere, and the guy had to like point blank take him out. There's another one where the moose was in the yard and it wouldn't leave, and the guy had to dispatch it. And I think it took more than one shell for the one that was able-bodied, but the other one he was able to just, you know, base of the skull and put it down, you know. But then they would have a flatbed come in and hoist this thing onto the back of the tow truck and haul it away to a food shelter where they'd process it and give it away to homeless people. Yeah. Now, seriously, you're going to eat those without cooking them.
Yes, the whole point is they're no bakes. You don't bake them.
Salmonella.
No, you've already, you know, you used heat to melt the chocolate and stuff like that. And granola, you don't have to cook granola. You know, it's already ready for you to eat.
It's got Ebola in it or something.
Nah, it's oatmeal. Oatmeal, sugar, milk, butter, vanilla, peanut butter. That's basically it.
And the thing with no-bake cookies, too, is that you'll never buy a good store-bought no-bake cookie. Like, you have to make them homemade. They're totally different tasting.
Oh, they're good. They're too good. Like, I'll have to stop myself from eating a tray of these tonight.
You better eat a salad.
He's forgotten what a salad is. He's on cookies. He's on pizza. He's on strawberry desserts, milkshakes, and he's like, "Oh, but your ass needs to go eat a salad."
Yeah, he says to everybody, yes, eat a salad. Then look on his community post, and it's nothing but shit.
Philly fucking steak.
Hey, no. That's the reward.
He's like, eat a salad.
You can eat that shit when you eat enough salad. That's the whole point. You eat enough salads and you can eat all that shit and it doesn't bother you.
No, you're like, go eat a salad because I need to make sure I have all the fucking good shit for myself.
Yeah, no kidding.
You
just went out to eat again, had another, what was that, Philly cheesesteak?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, there's what, green pepper in there, so I guess it's a salad.
Look, man, even my cookies are healthy. This is oatmeal.
with
peanuts.
With 14 tons of sugar.
Yeah, but the oatmeal offsets it because it's
right.
Got,
the peanut butter, the protein.
Yeah, it's got fiber and some other thing, ginkgo biloba or something.
You're just jealous.
Because I'm gonna eat raw cookie dough and call it a meal. Ugh.
It's not cookie dough. It's not. See, Chris knows. Everybody knows but you, man.
Look, I don't have a spouse this weekend, so I'm kind of a little bit food illiterate. So it looks like raw
you need to write a list and tell her you want some oatmeal cookies.
What if she finally decides to poison me because I asked for that food you eat?
Oh, I guarantee you, if you ask her for like one thing from what Rob eats, if you say, "Hey, woman, I want some no-bake cookies. Will you please make me some? You're getting arsenic in that motherfucker.
No, you don't say, "Hey, woman, I want no-bake cookies," and then throw in "please." You just say, "Hey, woman, I want some no-bake cookies." Should be like, make them your damn self. But if I just say,
No.
"Hey, how about some no-bake cookies?" She'll be like, "Add it to the grocery list," whatever the fuck that means. But you don't put two things together, because then it shows confidence, and then the other one shows weakness. It's like, no, you confuse them, and then they're like, "Yeah, I'm going to kill him because he's stupid." Look, he's actually trying to show a recipe. It looks like a reload manual. Seriously, look at that. There's 40 grains of what
Look,
is
man,
that?
I'll hook you up. If she says yes, I can take a picture and send you the recipe.
Butter. Yeah.
I've gone through a few recipes, so yeah, I think this one's a good one. They come out consistent. They don't just fall apart. I mean, part of it's on you. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, gave you the main trick is you start your timer when the whole surface is actually simmering. So, but other than that, it's almost foolproof. So.
Okay, you're talking to a guy who burnt himself on a charcoal grill trying to make salmon fillets.
Right, but that was after 5 bottles of wine for a review, right?
Yeah, that's.
Well,
but I do that for my audience.
Woman,
okay, no, I do it for me, but I say I do it for my audience. Really, I don't. Yeah.
we should drink that mead.
Yeah. So I haven't had any mead in a long time, but what I remember is it's sweet and it's thick. It's thick like port wine, and it's so sweet that it's like.
Ooh, not the stuff we have.
Like port wine, it really reminds me of that. It's so sweet that it's like yuck, but once you get a taste for it, the reason I like mead is because of its historical significance.
So
right? This is an older kind of.
We bought a bottle of mead. I think it was like $30.
Be honest, it tastes like shit, right?
No,
Okay,
it's not bad.
Wait, hold up. Outcast, do you know what mead is?
One of the originals, I guess, old school beer.
No.
My understanding.
No. Think of it like honey wine.
Okay.
So
maybe that's not bad then.
It's made like wine, but it's made from honey. It's got that, I don't want to say syrupy, but it's thick and sweet like honey, but it's just kind of hard to explain. Like if you're used to box wine, mead is going to taste foreign to you.
Well, do you drink it heated or cooled?
No, you drink it room temperature. I don't drink it chilled. What are you, some sort of heathen? Jeez, you might chill it after you open it, but
I might have some bottles of that. I don't know.
Mead is an older drink. It's kind of like from a Northern Europe kind of thing, and it's a honey-based alcohol, but it's distilled like wine. It's actually not bad, but you have to have a taste for it. It's one of those things where, if you have somebody who's never had hard liquor and you give them something and they make a face, but then they try it a little and they do this and they do that, and a year later they're like, yeah, this stuff tastes fine. That's kind of what mead is. The first time you have it, you might be like, ugh. But then after a while, it just kind of grows on you.
So we went down to a store while we were already, and they had, it's called Harry and David's, and we were going through, we were looking at stuff, and one of the ladies that worked there was like, hey, would you like to sample some mead? I'm like, what? She's like, have you ever had mead before? So we got to sample 4 different kinds of mead and everything for free, which was really good. And then the wife and I kind of talked about it, and we ended up deciding on one of the 4 types of mead. And we kind of went with one that she liked more than I liked. I I like kind of the plain Jane, and she wanted one that had like orange blossoms in it. And there was no way in hell I was going to get the one that had pomegranate in it. Like, I took a small sip of that, and I was like, oh, hell no, and I dumped the rest of the glass out. I was like, nope.
You don't like pomegranate?
No. Not a pomegranate fan.
I bet you don't like green beans either, huh? You don't like your green beans, huh?
I love green beans.
Spinach.
Oh, I love spinach. Green beans,
fish
especially with some when you have the bacon fat in with them. Cook them in some. When you cooking your green beans, you don't put bacon fat in there.
No, I put like butter, garlic, stuff like that.
Dude, if you've never had like southern green
Healthy
beans
stuff,
with the
not toxic
bacon
stuff. Oh God, you're the kind of guy that dips water in sugar, don't you?
Hell no. Yes. Where's Georgia Trapping and Fishing? He would be able to tell you. That's it. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, check out Georgia Trapping and Fishing. He does a live stream. And I'm going to get him to talk to you about how to do green beans with bacon fat. It's a southern
thing. Wait a minute. No, it's a southern
but I'm
thing.
a northern guy, so what the hell?
Yeah, you're a damn Yankee.
Right. I like the natural antibiotics like garlic and stuff added with my green beans.
Nothing more natural
just
than
eat them
bacon
straight
fat.
up raw. Just snack on them like a bag of chips.
Now that is true. We've been doing that with the beans out of the garden because we haven't got a big yield this year.
Orange 9 says, somebody talk guns, please.
Is this a cooking channel? Yeah, well, okay. Orange 9, I don't know if you've ever been on a live show before, but it always devolves into a food chat. That's one thing everybody has in common. We might argue over 9 versus 45 or AK versus AR or, concealed carry versus open carry, but food is a universal thing, even though I still don't think I'm going to eat a no-bake cookie and die of some sort of disease or something.
Oh, don't be a pussy. Look, you want to relate food into guns? This is the golden moment. This is like the whole cheese pizza,
Well,
we're on Glock Guy's show, and everybody orders a cheese pizza. And what do you do when you get home? You start opening the fridge, saying, "Oh, what can I throw on here? Oh." When you could have just ordered a damn Supreme.
Yes,
Boom.
Orange 9, you will get hungry if you listen to a live show about guns or the Second Amendment long enough. Everybody has a tendency to do that to everybody else.
Yeah.
If you talk about food and guns, I have food that is thawing right now to be prepared tomorrow that I harvested with my guns. Actually, see, did I borrow my buddy's
venison?
One? Yeah, I got some venison. I'm trying to remember if the ones I got in the fridge are if I used my gun or if I borrowed my buddy's gun for that. I might have borrowed my buddy's gun. But yeah, venison is definitely something that if you can hunt, if you've got access to all the resources and you've got the time, well, that's a resource too. It's not a bad thing because the deer population is pretty out of control.
Hell, around here,
they go together.
You got wild turkey.
Hey, look, Outcast showed us his Glock.
I know. Told you he was a secret Glock owner.
Oh, he's probably got 2 or 3. He's always like, you don't know how many guns I've got. Yeah, I do. You've got 4 Glocks.
He's got 5. He's got one of every gen.
Okay. So I've asked this question before, but I've never gotten a straight answer on it, and I probably won't get one this time. If you had a Gen 1 Glock and you shipped it back to Glock, they would rebuild it into a Gen 5 and ship it back to you. That's what I've been told.
No, they
That's
wouldn't.
what I've been told. That's what I've been told. Glock, what I've been told by Glock owners is that any new version of Glock, if you send your old one in, they will rebuild your old one to the new standard. I don't believe
I'd be
it.
pissed. Aren't Gen 1s
But
like collectible now?
I haven't seen a Gen 1 Glock since 1989.
Oh, there's still Gen 1 Glocks out there.
Yeah, they're like collectibles, though.
I would say the people that have Gen 1 Glocks, one, if they're going to, like, because they're so collectible and they're worth so, I mean, if you decide you want to sell a Gen 1 right now, you're probably talking you can get $1,200 for it.
Okay, so Orange 9 says Glock doesn't want any legacy firearms circulating. What's your take on that? Why?
So they still sell Gen 1 parts. If they didn't want legacy firearms, they would not put out parts to rebuild it, to fix it. And so, like, if you're sending your firearm into Glock, it's probably, I have no reason understanding why you would, unless it's, you know, like a new gun that you're going for warranty. But like, Glocks don't offer a lifetime warranty.
No, they don't. And this is simple. The first ones they probably made well. Like the sights probably don't fall off and shit. So of course they want to give you all the shit on the new stuff. So that way you can come back and buy parts, buddy.
Double wow.
He's talking about this, and what was one of the first things he did to his M&P? He knocked off the factory sights and put aftermarket sights on there.
Yeah, but those True Glow sights are kind of cool because I saw some on a Glock, and
I know.
they were nice. They were clean.
I have those on,
Hey,
a
man,
Glock.
I had to literally cut my other sights off. Those they were not coming off. Try saying that for Glock.
That's probably because you weren't using the proper sight pusher to remove them, and then
you don't know. You don't know. So you're not in the end. You don't know. Like, it doesn't matter what sight pusher you buy. Pretty much it's known that Springfield, M&P, and there's one other are just son of a bitches when it comes to their pressing sights. So it's known. Like, if you were in the end, you would know this. Damn Glock guys.
Oh, if you use an NC Star Universal, all you have to do is put a I think it's a 10 millimeter or a 11
man, you can say whatever you want to say, but it don't mean that's how it works.
And pop that
I've
fucker
seen
right
the commercials. Out. You know, those commercial of burgers, they always look good too, but when you go buy one, they never look like that.
Well, you go buy you a new M&P, send me the slide. I'll make sure I do a video showing you how easy it is to use my NC Star to push them out.
Why don't you buy an M&P and show us?
Why would I waste $600?
Oh my God! You would get some taste. You would upgrade yourself. Some class.
I would have to.
Your lady wouldn't be embarrassed to go out with you if you had an M&P.
I would have to do a Scotsman and then turn around and destroy that thing and run it over with a lawnmower, shoot the damn thing. You know, there's no way. So why would I waste $600?
Oh wow! Run it over with a lawnmower. Huh.
So
No, Scotchman's video was staged, man. He babied that. He baby gloved all those tests.
All right.
So here the gun snob is. He's like, hey, can I come in and plug my show that I'm gonna take and step on your toes when you're doing your live stream? Because I want to go and do it. I want to go do a live stream with the hens.
Well, wait a minute, Snob. If you invite everybody on the panel to the show, we'll plug it.
And even when they're plugging it, they're not saying, okay, well, which one of the hens is it going to be on? Is it going to be on Snobby's channel? Is it going to be on Gizzard's channel? Is it going to be on C4's or Obi's? None of them are saying that, and they're not even exactly. And they're not saying that they're going to allow Squibs on there. They're not going to allow Rob on there. I mean, I understand why they wouldn't allow Rob on there, but they're not going to let Chris from the 740. I mean, this dude is awesome, and they're not going to allow him on there? Come on.
I haven't been on the hens chat in forever. I didn't even know they still did chats. Of course, I come to find out that YouTube was suppressing some of you guys. Like, I got a link to one of Obnoxious One's videos. Not even a recent, but like I think it was a week old, not like that day, on YouTube. And then I got one to the early watch, which I hadn't got a notification like, I don't know, a year or something. Like, what the heck is going on? I went into a bunch of videos and clicked not interested, and suddenly all these channels I'm subscribed to start showing up that I haven't seen in forever. I figured these guys ain't been doing videos.
So I got another question for Snobby out there. You guys call it the hens chat, right? So why would you name yourself Female Chickens and not the Rooster Chat?
Cox.
Or the Rooster. You could call it the Rooster Chat, something like that. But no, I'm gonna be a hen.
Well, it might be better than chicks.
You know what? You don't have guests, but you do have panelists, because I've weaseled onto that show. Although, if you want to be exclusive, then yeah, it's no wonder you got to ask people to come to the show.
Well, I guess I should state, I watch Gary's, and sometimes I watch Ghost, but the rest of them, Snob quit his show, so. 'Cause I used to watch him, but he just straight up quit. So I don't know.
Are you sure you just didn't have notifications turned off? Because I'm thinking.
No, I think he just quit doing them or something. He got into fancy ads and stuff. So I think that's what he's doing now or something. But I don't think he's doing a show. But But in all fairness, really, I mean, if you watch one of them, you pretty much know what's up with all four. So.
Well, the explanation of how the show ended up with its title or with that kind of makes sense. I get that. For those of us that are married, that leaves you outcast. There's hope for you. For those of us who are married, I don't even know your marital status, G23, but we all know how the wives kind of they just put labels on us.
So there you go, Rob. It's on the screen. Georgia Trapping and Fishing says everything is better with bacon grease.
I don't know, man.
Oh, okay, Snob. I was on a show with all of you guys. If it wasn't the hens chat, then it was the pre-hens chat. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I haven't been getting notifications from some of your channels because I figured you guys were busy working or something. Little did I know the bots might be blocking you. Well, maybe not you, but somebody. So
the hens, I guess, are going to be doing a live stream at some point over on the
somebody's channel.
The Gunstop channel. He said it's more likely going to be his. So,
well, who's all even the hens nowadays?
Gizzard, C4, Obi, and the Gunstop. I guess.
Now, I would think that if they were, if
Obi doesn't do his own show, does he? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, that's good.
Sorry, yeah, I straight cut you off. I didn't mean.
We're not face to face. It happens.
Hey, man, but I respect your thoughts, and
No, fuck that. You got to talk over me. That's the way you do it.
Rob, you don't respect shit. I'm just.
Well, he respects food that isn't properly cooked.
I respect the value of $1.
How many of those pieces of those balls of raw cookie dough have you eaten so far?
Oh,
only 2 so far, and it's not raw cookie dough.
Rob, you'd be so happy. Yesterday, when the wife and I were out and about, we were. I was smoking a cigarette, and I told the wife, I was like, that's a dime over on the ground. And I was hesitant of going over and picking it up, but I was like, you know what? Screw this. I walked over, my cheap ass bent over, picked up a fucking dime off the ground and said, you know what? I'm taking this home with me.
And then you rolled it and smoked it, didn't you? You son of a bitch. Sorry.
So there. I was a cheap bastard.
Hell yeah, man. I pick change up off the ground. Like,
Yeah, but
I
you
mean, it's
pick up pennies.
crazy. You got these people out. They're the same people waiting in line to get the free food at the church that are throwing their damn change and shit all over the street. Like, yeah, I'll take it. Shit, I come up with like a few $100s a year out of change easily. Like, I paid my bills with my change. Like,
But
I ain't
do you
too
pick up
proud.
pennies?
Like, shit, it all adds up. You could buy a damn gun with your change. Like, if you're one of them morons that just throws it out on the street, you could buy a gun with your change. Like, if you really think about it, at the end of the year, you could buy a gun. It might be a tourist, but you could buy a gun. Like, you
Hey, I
could
got a
You
Taurus.
pick up
pay
enough change
car
to
insurance.
afford a
You could
Taurus.
go on a little mini vacation or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But you could do a lot. You know, it's why throw it away? I don't get that. Shit, I take
Hey.
my bottles and cans back. Like, I do it like once a year, but you know, it's not like it's something I do all the time. But it's
I get
free
10
money. Why the hell would you just throw it away? Like, I ain't rich.
I get 10 cents per can and bottle. What do you get? 5?
6 cents.
Oh.
That's right. That's right. But if I wanted to
Oh, and-
hustle, I could fill a mail truck and drive across state lines. And no shit.
In New York State, what they do is they charge you a 10-cent deposit, but at the store they only give you 6 cents back.
Right? I think it's funny because in Oregon, you get to charge the 10-cent tax or a 10-cent deposit. You get the 10 cents back. But you look, and there is so many friggin' cans just laying on the side of the road and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, that's a dime. Like,
Right, but when you're making 15, 20, 25, 35, $50 an hour, it doesn't mean anything to you. They tried that in this state, and back in the 80s, 10 cents was a lot more than what it is today. Now, somebody making $15 an hour who's drinking 6 Mountain Dews a night to stay awake is throwing all that in the trash.
You guys know IBM, right? Everybody's heard of IBM, but I'm sure you know. Well, there was a story, you know, because they got IBM was big around here in the day. There was this guy that used to go around every day at people's breaks and lunch and collect their bottles and cans. It got to the point people would just leave their stuff out there for him. This dude ended up taking that change that everybody else just donated or tossed in the trash and went out and brought a brand new, you know, this year pickup truck to go over there and collect bottles and cans with out of everybody's charity.
Wow,
Like,
are you supporting somebody who bought a new vehicle? Whew,
well,
I
I'm
knew there
just
was hope.
saying, like,
knew
you
there
know,
was
that
hope.
little
I knew
shit
it.
adds up, man. Like, people look at people like there's people that make a living off this shit. So,
oh yeah.
you know, that little stuff adds up. Like, you know, the guy wasn't scamming nobody or nothing. I think he was on disability and shit. You know, he's out there driving around with a brand new pickup truck to pick up your bottles and cans that you paid for. So, I don't know, there's just being smart. That's all it is.
What I don't like is when you go to the store, you pay your 10-cent deposit, or they automatically take it off when you ring up, and you go back to the store and you turn in that bottle and you stick it in a machine. It says this bottle's not accepted, and it's like, you know, they get you. They it's not everyone, right? You don't, you know, I don't know, $10 worth, and maybe you get $9.80, $9.90 back. 10, 20 cents ain't gonna break you, but it's the principle. And the state collects that money and keeps it. Every can that you see on the side of the road in Michigan that has a 10-cent deposit, the state puts that in their pocket, not the store, the state. When they put this in place, they were worried about people coming over from Ohio with cans and turning them in and making money. And back in the 80s, with the cost of fuel back then and 10 cents being more than what it is today, yeah, you could scam the system. So they had a limit of $25 per person per visit. Nowadays, you can turn in more than $25 worth of bottle slips and they still don't care. You could bring them from anywhere and they don't care because they're still making more money because the wages are so high that people don't bring them back. I mean, some people do, but when they do too, it's kind of funny. They got 2 shopping carts with like 6 lawn and leaf bags full. It's like, damn, either you guys threw the most bitchin' party last night or you've been holding on to these all year.
Around here, people are returning them. You can't, it could be in the back of your truck. People are taking those bottles and cans. If it ain't tied down, they're taking them. Like, you set your drink down and turn around, somebody might try to take it for that bottle, deposit. So, every garbage day, there's people snooping through the trash. That's just what happens. You know what I mean? So, sometimes they try to steal your city garbage bag that you had to pay for, so you got to keep an eye out for that shit. But basically, there's so many people that, like, I don't know, there's groups of people that drive around in pickups looking for scrap. Like, I don't know, people are looking for that, I don't know, easy money or whatever you want to call it nowadays. But no bottles and cans go to waste around here from what I see. So there's, people in brand new pickups coming along. I mean, brand new shiny red, I forgot what it was, but searching through people's trash on a regular. They got no shame. They're just, I don't know, maybe they're looking for extra cash, what they're doing, but it's become just a normal thing. Like, it's kind of weird.
That's because they can make more money doing that than they can I
don't know, but like, you had the people that you saw next door, the BLM people and shit. None of them like really worked. I don't know where the hell they get money.
Those people at the Bureau of Land
but they would throw away $20, $30 of bottles and cans every weekend. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it was beneath them to return those for the party the next night or something. So they just threw it away. And then this dude would come over in his brand new truck and be happy to snatch that shit up.
Yeah, but those BLM guys make a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah,
it's something. I don't know, man.
They're on the government's dime. They got a pension.
Yeah,
they got good benefits. The Bureau of Land
they can't
Management.
be fired.
Yeah,
and
I know.
none of that shit adds up. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
Hey, to kind of divert the show in another direction, you notice who disappeared from the live chat? Somebody came in, announced their show, and then bailed.
Oh yeah. That's a snobby way.
That happens on Caliber Corner from time to time. Johnny B will stop in. Hey, yeah, whatever. He'll, maybe 2 posts and then he'll disappear. It's like, whatever, dude. Please, we can see through that BS.
And
I'm not saying don't go over to the Hens chat. Go over to the Hens chat if you want to watch. I'm just saying that, dude, it's kind of a dick move to, hi, I'm going to make 2 posts. I'm still here. Well, then fucking say something. Otherwise, you're like Johnny B. Fuck.
And then when you said BS, you got Bernie Sanders, who goes by BS.
Oh, shit. And that's a perfect statement, too. One man's trash, another man's treasure. Sound off, damn it.
He's like, I was in another tab.
Was it Johnny B's?
Oh.
Well, shit, G23 does that. He pops into other people's show. He's like, peace, I'm going over to G-Webs, da-da-da-da-da. So, I don't know, man. Like, oh, yeah, I've seen it myself a couple times. I'm like, look at that shit. Look at that shit. He's got something on his lip.
Busted. Right on your own show.
I go back and forth between different live streams. You can't, not always do you just stay watching one single live stream.
I thought I was the only one who weaseled onto every show.
No loyalty around here. They trade their cars in, they trade their wives in. No loyalty.
Hey, we don't sell our guns.
I traded New York Outcast show in earlier to go watch G-Webs, but I didn't say that on his live stream.
You see that shit? Or
I still traded your ass.
I know. I'm not Glock enough. I know.
At least I gave you a thumbs up, so don't cry.
I give him a thumbs up because it's the closest thing to another finger pointed up that I can give.
Yeah, right?
Like I would buy that
Yeah,
YouTube
that emoji's
Premium
there.
if I could do that. If they had like a third option.
You can always use that emoji in the chat.
And that doesn't cost anything.
No.
No.
That's money I could spend on mead, apparently. I'm actually adding that to the grocery list right now. Mead.
Now forget mead, man. Get the no-bake cookies. Add that shit to the list.
I am not going to end up making something that would probably not pass an EPA test.
Hey, woman. You want to hear something really funny? So we drove all the way to Medford, right? And we drank the mead there, and we bought the bottle there, and it's from 5 miles up the road.
Are you kidding?
No. We drove 100 miles. We drove 100 miles down the road.
Okay, Chris, you're that guy, huh?
What's that?
You're the asshole next to me at the gun range with the 300 Magnum that I want to punch in the face every time you pull the trigger.
I don't have one. I do like shooting
Damn,
once
that
in a while.
thing, it's like getting in a fist fight. Bam, it ain't the noise, it's the concussion.
Yeah.
I literally almost decked the last dude who did that. And I swear he came back the next week and he saw me and he took the lane right next to me. He could have taken any of the other lanes, but there were like 6 of them open, but he wanted to sit right next to me. And I'm going, really, dude, a week later? And every time he pulled that trigger, and when I'm shooting black powder, people will get up and move, right? And I'm like, well, then screw you, okay? Because they're scared. It's going to blow up, blah, blah, blah. People don't know what black powder is, right? But with this 300 Magnum, I get up and move. Now, I might police up the brass because someday somebody might say, hey, you got any 300 Magnum? Well, yeah, actually, I do. I have some asshole shells. But I can't stand that caliber because it's just the concussive force. I mean, I've heard people talk about shooting inside an enclosed structure with a muzzle brake or something like that. And I haven't really had to deal with that too much. I've been inside, a structure and fired all kinds of stuff. But depending on what sort of ear pro, eye pro, or just where you're standing or how the structure is or whatever, it's not really as bad. The whole thing. Somebody breaks in your house and you have to shoot them down the hall. You're going to be deaf for 3 days. No, you're not. I mean, like, I suppose if you live in a box, yeah, maybe, but yeah, that 300 mag, even in an outdoor range, it just, Yeah,
I don't, I got a buddy of mine that he's got his own range at his house, and he's got all them big boards, 338 Lapua and 300 Win Mag and 300 Ultra Mag, and I'll go out to his house once in a while and shoot them, but yeah, you're right. It's
okay. So you've shot them. I haven't actually shot them. How are they in the shoulder?
The 338 is not as bad, but he's got it in a chassis, and then it's kind of got your 45-degree slanted brake on it like a 50. So honestly, I think the 300 Ultra Mag kicks harder than the Win Mag or the 338. But I know what you're saying. I mean, like when I shot that 50 BMG when I was out in Vegas at that indoor range, like I was sick when I walked out of there.
Okay, yeah, and that's with your inner eardrum, right? That's what it does. It messes with your equilibrium or something, as far as I know.
Yeah, it was just like, even when I went back and watched the video, you could just see that blast coming off of it. It was, I don't know.
The concussive forces.
What'd you say, Outcast?
I was saying C4 does that too. Like when you get bounced off the ground and shit, you'll actually feel sick from that. the
How close were you
shockwave
to that
concussion
shit?
stuff.
I never, I might have learned how to use it, but I never stayed next to it when it went off.
Rob's the guy that was throwing the grenade like only 3.5 feet away and ducking down and still feeling the blast
When
go
you-
over his head.
When you go into the grenade pit, right, and it's a cinder block structure, and there's a cutout for you to come in, and there's no window or nothing, so you just throw it over the wall, and it drops down into a pit, and you walk in there, and all you see are holes in the cinder blocks, and you're going, "What the happened in here before I got here?" Right? That lets you know that this is no serious, or this is no joke, right? But I think the only time I ever really cared if I had my Kevlar was when I was playing with C4. Because most of the time that stuff was heavy, it was hot, it didn't do crap. If you got hit with it, it might slow it down some or whatever. It's good for shrapnel or whatnot. And I think the first time I played with C4, I was like looking all over and I go, "What are you doing?" I'm looking for my flak jacket and my helmet because I had to have my Kevlar. I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know about this stuff, man."
Yeah, I was just pointing out that concussion is a serious thing. I think people overlook it, or they might not have dealt with it. Same thing, shooting inside, shooting in the back of a vehicle. You'll know the difference right away. So, like, you might shoot without ear pro outside. You get inside, you're gonna regret that shit real quick. Or inside a vehicle, anything like that. Laying in the back of your truck, it gets loud quick. Like, it's. Yeah, I don't know. Concussions are nothing to mess with, I guess. That concussive force. So.
Now, do you remember them telling you not to put on your chin strap because of that? Outcast?
No. No, I know we were always supposed to be strapped, basically to death. So, which sucked usually. So.
When we wore, it's called a cranial. If you ever watch like Top Gun or any of those other films where they're on the carrier and they've got the earmuffs with it looks like a half helmet with the tinted goggles, and they're different colors for what your job is on the aircraft carrier. That's called a cranial. With that, we always wore our chin strap, right? But when we were out in the field and there was a situation where we could get shot at, or there could be explosives in use or something like that, concussion, artillery barrage, bombs dropped on us, something like that. With our Kevlar, that's our helmet. We never called it a helmet. It's Kevlar. We always kept our chin strap off. So it was one thing for on the flight deck and another thing for out in the field where a grenade could go off next to you. And they told us better to have the damn thing blow off than have your head bounce around inside of it.
Kind of makes sense.
You reading what Snob's got out there? 475 Bishop is the most concussive rifle I've ever shot. I've never even heard of a 475 Bishop.
I just looked it up, man. It looks like one nasty round.
Is it?
Snob can write?
It's talk to text, dude.
Oh, okay.
What is it? What do you even put it in? What is it, like some sort of special built?
Pulling it up. Yeah, it's a short Magnum, 390 grains.
That's pretty heavy for a rifle. Well, like a 50 BMG is like 700 grains. Your standard ball round for 50 BMG. It's in the 6 to 800, so it's upper 6, 7, under 750, somewhere in there for just a ball round. And then a heavy 44 Magnum or something like a 45 Colt or something like that would be like 300 grains, maybe even more. For some of them, like a 45-70 would be, you could have more than that. What is it?
20 rounds is $179.99.
You actually found it for sale?
Yeah, they're out of stock. But
Who makes it though? Is it like a Buffalo Bore or?
this is actually from Bishop, like at their
from
website.
Okay, so it's like Alexander Arms almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty crazy. Reading up, it says, where'd that go? It says the 475 Bishop Short Magnum achieves. And now my computer.
I'm wondering what, I mean, you're just going to chamber this in a really strong bolt action rifle, like something that would take like a Weatherby round or something, or?
No, they got an L4 model.
It says it has the same penetration at 1,500 yards as a 45 Colt fired at point blank range.
Wow. I'm thinking it's got to be a flat shooter too in order to be able to. Huh. It's got to have some screaming velocities. 1,500 yards.
Yeah, but they won't even compare it to a 950 JDJ.
All he cares about is, does it take lock mags?
If they had a Glock in this size, Glock would finally be moving up in the world. All right. So this picture here on their website, it looks like some sort of neck down. Huh.
So
I'm wondering if this thing is just packed full of powder. I'm wondering if the powder charge in this has got to be something serious. They've got it neck down like that. That means that they used an existing cartridge, and they they did something with it. Let's see.
They have it in a bolt action, and they do have an AR-10 for it.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, no, that can't be right. Is that legit?
So here's a 500 Nitro. Here's a 50 BMG, and here's a 950 JDJ.
And they got that on an AR-10 platform.
That damn thing looks like a Canon cartridge.
This right here is the new AR-10 cartridge in 475 Bishop. So, which would you rather have? This?
You know, it's the short Magnum's making me think that it's a shortened case, right? It looks like a 7.62 by 39, just bigger, right? The same shape, right? But this thing, I'm thinking it is just packed full of powder. 65,000 psi pressure on a 390 grain projectile.
There's what it looks like loaded in a AR-10 mag.
Yeah, see how it looks like a 7.62 by 39?
Here's
how many rounds do you get in a mag, though?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rings on there for lube. Man.
It's a fairly new cartridge, too. It was debuted at SHOT Show in 2019.
The 475 BSM utilizes a proprietary case, so it's not even got a parent case that's neck down, made by the Robertson Cartridge Company. This case is a rebated rim, 473 diameter, which makes it possible to use standard AR-10 bolts. Okay, that would explain why it looks the way it looks. Because if you look at the case head, it looks like a 223 308 type case head, but then the body of the cartridge is just fat, and then it's neck down for the bullet.
I'd rather have this right here. That 950 JDJ.
2,500 feet per second. Damn. Yeah, but that JDJ, you're not using that in a semi-auto, right?
No.
I don't think they had some out for those. And those guns are like 70 freaking pounds for bolt action?
It's like one of those German Tunggewehren or whatever. The tank rifles.
That's what it looks like. That's your 950 rifle.
Yeah, I'd rather go with the other one.
Damn, Snop for the win on this one. I will own one at some point, he says. Yeah, all right. I'll talk to Stacy about that one.
That's after his next divorce.
Hey, you know what though? After divorce, you've earned something like that. So, yeah.
Well, it's hilarious though when you think about how they want to ban these high-powered assault weapons, as they call them, and stuff. But yet you see rounds like that available, with Grandpa's gun or whatever.
You
No
have
problem.
a bolt
No
action
problem.
rifle that could punch through a bank vault.
Right there. 950 JDJ, just in case the dinosaurs come back.
You know, there was a movie about that. I don't know. What Goldblum guy in there or whatever.
I mean, I don't know. Even in an AR platform with that other one, I don't know, man. I mean, what's the weight of that, and the cost, the weight?
Well, would you want a heavy rifle like on a bipod to deal with the? I mean, you could put a muzzle brake on something like that, but still, I would imagine it's going to have a kick, right? I mean, you could put all kinds of different things. You could put something in the stock to kind of mitigate the inertia. You could put some sort of damper in there, but unless you want to mount it on a vehicle.
Now that would be a cool tailgater device, right? But it actually might go through the engine block and into the cab, so maybe not.
Oh, I see what you're trying to say. You want to be able to crack their block, but not have it go any further. Yeah, it might. If not, it sends something. It might send something through. Maybe not the cartridge, but whatever it, or I mean the bullet, but whatever it pushed through. I don't know. That sounds serious. Then again, it could hit something like that and just run out of energy too, based on the shape. But it's a Spitzer type round. It looks like it's not like a pistol bullet.
Well, is it being used for anything? What was the intended purpose? Is it like an elephant gun or something? I mean, what was it? Or were they just trying to make a big ass gun?
Which one? Because the 950.
That 950, whatever.
JDJ.
Yeah.
That was one of those hold my beer rounds.
It's still produced to this day, and I do believe it is an elephant gun. So, Mr.
Now, is that
G,
legal to hunt deer with in Michigan?
sure, it has less than 5 rounds.
I could, but
It is a straight wall
Come on,
cartridge.
Squibb, I got to see this.
I mean, I've killed a deer with a 1911, so I don't know why I need an anti-tank rifle. But now, where I would want to use this, Kodiak, Alaska, bear hunt, right? Right.
Definitely would punch it through a bear, no problem.
Now, would you seriously want to backpack that thing? For a couple days?
I could hire some Sherpas.
So, hate to do it abruptly, but we are gonna have to call this one. I gotta make dinner. So
Is it no bake?
No, there's gonna be some baking involved.
You don't need to bake salad, man.
What I eat salad. So therefore, I eat salad by eating the
Get a
animal.
nice chicken salad on there. It's not a problem.
So, gonna play the outro and get out of here. But we'll let Squibb. You got anything coming up? Any shows or anything you want to promote before we get out of here?
I don't know. I just asked for a link to the Hinge chat, so wish me luck.
Yeah, I don't see that one happening. But
it can't hurt to ask. It can't
Right.
hurt to ask. I mean, the worst they could do is just say, yeah, just come on, say your name, and then leave. I'm not looking for a link. I ain't looking for nobody to push my channel. You guys know how I feel about that crap. Don't push my channel. If I get there, I get there. And if I don't, I don't care. But I appreciate the link to tonight's show just so I could come on and speak my mind.
Oh yeah, it's been fun. I think this is actually the first time you've made it on the panel and been able to talk for more than 2 seconds.
I've literally weaseled on to pretty much every show of everybody I'm subscribed to at one point or another. I've gotten links to shows from channels that aren't related to gun channels that don't give links out to people. And it's because I don't violate trust. If you tell me don't ever talk about this, don't say my name, don't divulge this, don't divulge, I don't. As long as you're straight with me, I'm straight with you. That's who I am. I might be an asshole, and some people don't like my style, but you know where you stand with me. And if you tell me don't do this, or even if you say I'm not letting you on my show because you're going to hurt my brand, I'm not going to tell other people. I might say somebody did that, but I'm not going to say exactly who did it. So that's just how I am. I'm a little bit unconventional, but you can pretty much trust me. If you're straight with me, I'll be straight with you. So appreciate the invite.
You're always welcome. And we'll move on to Rob D, the New York Outcast.
All right. I'll just say thanks for having me and whatnot. Decent show tonight, different than what I expected, so which was a good thing. Yeah, all that politic crap, but I would say, the man said it himself. He's an asshole, but he's our asshole. So yeah, go check his channel out. Say hello. Have a great night, everybody.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Guns and Barbecue did this crap to me a couple nights ago, and I didn't give them a fuck you. So I'm going to give you a fuck you, Outcast.
And that's a double go sub to his channel and send the guy like $3 for his credit card bills.
With friends like you, who need friends?
Mr. Chris from the 740, you got anything you want to plug before we get out of here?
Oh, I had fun tonight. This was cool. This was a good show. So, I'll just Wednesday night come over and check G and I out on the Wednesday night live chat on my channel at 9 Eastern, and it's awesome talking to David out there in the side chat tonight, and just had a lot of fun. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome.